He's joining me live right now. Shambhavi, the clues are in the car. The clues are in the car, and the car was spotted in CCTV at the Red Fort parking lot. But what happened between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m.? Where was this terror doctor, Umar Nabi, who's believed to be the car bomber? Where was he in those hours?
Right, around 200 police personnel together with all the help that they could get from the UP ATS, from the Faridabad police, from Jammu and Kashmir police. They have analyzed around 60 CCTV footages, a team of more than 200 people, and the investigators have mapped out the 11-hour journey. So starting even before Badarpur toll booth, the car Hyundai i20 was seen outside the Asian hospital. We are actually outside the Asian hospital right now, and there is a CCTV camera, and with the location, it can be said that the footage from which the investigators got to know that I-20 passed from this route and went to the Badarpur toll booth. This could be the camera whose footage the investigators are considering, and the journey started from here, right here in Faridabad at 7:30 and reached to Badarpur toll plaza at around 8:19. From there, just few minutes later, the Okla industrial area, there is a petrol pump there. Republic will trace the complete 11-hour journey for you, and will show you what are the places that the Hyundai i20
I've already taken this. Yeah. Shambhavi, why don't you tell us about the route? Shambhavi, we lost your audio there for a second, but we have the route in front of us. If you can take us, I'll play the graphics out of the route map. Can you tell our viewers where the car came from, where the car went, right? And who was in that car from 7 o'clock? There are reports, and we are hearing that it was a panic reaction, that he fled from Al-Falah University and carried out the blast. After the raids, of course.
Right. This Dr. Terror, he has been absconding since it's been a long time, and it is being said that this Umar person was supposedly inside the car, and the car was just on this road itself. We'll show you, right outside the Asian hospital. The car must have taken this route towards the Badarpur plaza and reached the Badarpur toll plaza at around 8:20. It left from there, and within a few minutes it reached to a petrol pump near the Okla Vihar industrial area. And next, from there it reached Delhi around 3:19 p.m. The I-20 entered the parking lot around 3:19 p.m. and it was stationary there for more than 3 hours. Now the time stamp is also very important. The investigators are considering, because mostly because of the location that is outside the Red Fort gate number 1. The location is usually, it opens to a very busy road, because just few meters away there's Chandni Chowk market entrance, and this has been the same entrance for years now. And the cars are usually stationary there, right, parked right outside the gate number 1. So this car itself was also parked in the parking lot, and it moved out from there at around 6:48 and was slowly moving towards the red light, just around 200-250 meters away. And moments later, just a few minutes later, at 6:52, there was a loud blast from the Hyundai i10. And which again resulted, we know that resulted into several cars which were near it catching a fire.
We have some breaking news coming in now. I'm going across straight to that because we have information that more explosives have been found. And there is a breaking news update now coming in Faridabad. Faridabad, where the terror conspirators were operating from. Let's go to the breaking news update. There are new pictures coming in of more explosives that have been recovered from Faridabad in Haryana. Faridabad in Haryana is where the terror conspirators operated from. All of them, or mostly all of them, were operating at the Al-Falah universities. They pretended to be doctors. These terrorists, terror doctors, look at that, live pictures of the latest recovery from Faridabad. Shavan reporting details of how 50 to 60 kilograms of explosives have been recovered. This is Sector 56. As per some reports, Faridabad police has reportedly detained 7 people from Al-Falah. 7 people from the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, Haryana have been detained. And outside of that, more details of the recovery. 50 to 60 kilograms of explosives that were seized. You can see that they were in gunny bags and in trays there. The police have gathered more evidence. We don't have the exact, more explosives recovered. More explosives recovered by the police. Shavan is live. Let's go across to Shavan. Shavan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, the latest now coming in once again from Faridabad. This is from Sector 56 of Faridabad, where we are given to understand that searches were basically carried out. Multiple teams of Faridabad police carrying out the searches, resulting in the recovery of roughly about 4 bags of explosives. Now, the first assessment was made that these were perhaps explosives that are basically used for firecrackers. But having said that, remember, this is at a very early stage. They are just saying that there is a recovery following the searches that have been carried out, because since morning, about 2 districts where these searches have been carried out. One major focus certainly happens to be at Al-Falah, because this is the university that has now basically come into, has come under the scanner of the investigative agencies, given the fact that almost all the accused have been linked to Al-Falah in one way or the other. In fact, 7 people have already been detained by Faridabad police, which also includes the HR personnel of Al-Falah University. Interestingly, the main accused, that's Dr. Muzammil, was actually operating from the university premises. Dr. Shaheen also was employed by Al-Falah. Remember, she was arrested from Saharanpur, and now we are being told that at least 7 other people have been taken into custody. Niranjan, I'll just hand it over to you, because I'm quickly getting a call from one of my sources to just get in more information on this.
Okay, thank you for that, Shavan. Once again, these are pictures coming in from Sector 56 in Faridabad, not the same location from where the terror den, where almost 3 tons of explosives were found on Monday. This is a separate location, a different location where raids were continuing, and today this seizure has been made. More explosives have been found. This is in Faridabad, Haryana. Roughly about 50 to 60 kilograms of explosives have been recovered. More people detained. We are hearing that from the Al-Falah University, 7 people have been detained, taken in for questioning by the police in Faridabad. These are pictures coming in. Staying with the pictures. All right, we're getting in some more pictures. Live pictures from the blast site. Let's go across straight to that. Live pictures from the blast site. There's some activity there. It appears like some more officials are there. Samples being collected, forensic experts walking, scouring, forensic experts scouring through the blast site with a black polythene bag in their hand, picking up any clues that they possibly can from the site. Almost 20 hours after the blast outside Red Fort. There's an entire line of forensic experts scouring through every inch of that blast site to see if they can find any remnants, any shreds of evidence from the blast site that may have been strewn due to the impact. So it's a little bit away from the blast site. It's around the perimeter of the blast site, which is now being scoured by the forensic experts. So you can see them on your screen. Those are pictures on Republic TV, straight from the blast site. Mridul and Jatin live. Okay. Staying with the live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, this is a live shot from the blast site in Red Fort, where at least 15 to 20 forensic experts are going through the entire area, are scanning the area inch by inch to look for any remains, any clues that they can possibly pick up from the site. And they're picking up those clues there almost 20 hours after the blast. This is not exactly the blast site, but it's a little bit, it's on the perimeter of the blast site, roughly about 100 meters away from the blast site, and they're looking for any possible impact fragments that may have flown to this part of the Red Fort so that they can pick it up and their teams can scan it. there are at least 15 to 20 of them who are walking in a line, picking up any clues that they possibly can. So that's a live shot. And in Faridabad, as we were getting in the pictures, Faridabad, fresh seizures have been made. Fresh explosives have been recovered, nearly 50 to 60 kilograms in Sector 56, Faridabad. That's on the right of your screen. Fresh discovery made. More arrests in Faridabad, and on the left of your screen, blast site in New Delhi, where forensic experts have gathered and are picking up the pieces. Literally to go through and check if they can possibly get more clues. And they are moving towards the outer perimeter now. From the inner perimeter that was barricaded, they're moving towards the outer side. They're trying to see if they can pick up any more clues. And we're staying with those shots. It's a live, evolving situation there. So the searches continue. And this one, right outside the barricading, perhaps they are leaving from the site. It appears like they're all maybe leaving from the site after having scanned that entire area, about 100 meters. And they're asking the media to move back and give them space so that they can look for more clues. They're still looking for more clues. So the officers there asking for the media and the experts, technical experts, forensic experts, asking for the media to move away, and the media should move away at this point and allow these officers to do their duty. So slowly, I think the cameras that you'll see here, it looks like an ANI live shot. ANI should also move back at this point. They're being asked to move back. And we're going across full frame. Full frame to the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. 15 to 20 officers. You see that each one of them is wearing a glove and has a black polythene bag that they have. They're picking up whatever pieces they can. They're scanning their entire area. They're scanning the entire area to see if they can pick up any pieces. This is also because one of the reasons why they're doing this is yesterday we saw that the impact of the blast, the intensity of the blast was such that fragments of the car were found almost 200 meters away. The blast was of such high intensity. So the forensic and the NIA teams, after the case has been handed over to the NIA doing its bit, NIA officers on your screen doing this, picking up the pieces and evidence from around the perimeter. This is the outer perimeter, which was earlier barricaded, which was allowed access to the media. Media was given access to report from this particular. Okay, getting in some more breaking news right now. The combing operations are on. Jatin is on the spot. I'll go across straight to Jatin. Mridul and Jatin live.
जानकारी विवेक बताइए, उज्जवल तस्वीर दिखाइए आप. हाँ विवेक, over to you.
Okay, so different shots coming in. Republic Media Network is live at the spot, different vantage points. And you're looking at officers of the forensic team and the NIA officers, also part of the team that is walking from one end of this road to the outer perimeter, looking for any clues. And they're picking up any evidence that they can or anything that they feel could provide them a clue in the investigation into the 10/11 conspiracy. And this is the breaking news update as of this minute. This is a live shot from the Red Fort. You can see them wearing gloves, and these are forensic experts and also members of the NIA. The NIA has been handed over the investigation, and they're picking up any pieces of evidence that they can possibly gather from that particular location. Yesterday, in the aftermath of the blast, just the immediate perimeter of that blast was cordoned off by the police and the investigating agencies. And the media was allowed until a point, and today the investigators are going beyond that point to see if they can find any clues, because many videos that emerged from that blast site showed that the intensity of the blast was such that many fragments of the car and were strewn several hundred meters away. In fact, the door of the Hyundai i20, according to some eyewitness reports, and our reporters were also there, flew almost 100 meters, above 100 meters, and that is because of the intensity of the blast, which was also captured by some of the videos. And these are pictures coming in. Okay, that's the end of the live shot there. That was a live shot that you had from the blast site in the Red Fort. Now, let me get you the details of the terror conspirators, ladies and gentlemen. We've mapped out these terror conspirators, each and every one of them who was involved in the Delhi blast. that took place yesterday, the 10th of November. Conspirator 1, starting with Dr. Muzammil Shakil. Dr. Muzammil Shakil, his age not disclosed yet, but we will be able to get that for you in just a few minutes because we have the medical records of him. His role, he was part of the Jaish interstate and transnational terror module link. So he was a key link between the car bomber and the entire module. He was coordinating this module. And he's from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. That's where he hails from. His family also lives there. And his background, he's an MBBS doctor who worked at the Al-Falah University. This is terror conspirator number 1. Terror doctor number 1, Muzammil Shakil. Let's go to the second conspirator. The second conspirator, we have the details of each one of them. The second conspirator is Dr. Adil Ahmad Ratar. His age not disclosed. His role, he was Dr. Muzammil's aide and he played a key role in the Jaish module. He was also arrested for putting up Jaish-e-Mohammed posters in some parts of Kashmir. And that's when he was actually arrested by the police. And he's reported to be from Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, but originally from Kashmir. And his background, he too is a doctor and worked in Srinagar but was linked to Muzammil. Let's show you conspirator number 3, the terror conspirator number 3. The terror doctor, look at their faces very clearly. This is Dr. Shaheen Shahid. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, age not disclosed. Her role, she's believed to be Dr. Muzammil's partner and was hired, allegedly, to head the Jaish-e-Mohammed women's wing. Masood Azhar, in the last few weeks, we here at Republic TV showed you about a plan of the Jaish-e-Mohammed to hire women cadre. She was part of that module. She was heading the Jaish women's wing. She was supposed to recruit women for India's Jaish women's wing. She's originally from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, was also working there. Her background, she too is a doctor, worked at the Al-Falah, had links to the Al-Falah and was directly linked with Muzammil Sheikh, the key link. And finally, the fourth conspirator, the terror conspirator, believed to be the car bomber in this particular case. His name is Dr. Umar Nabi, terror doctor Umar Nabi, age not disclosed. He's believed to be the man behind the wheel on the Hyundai i20, believed to be the Delhi suicide bomber from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. And Umar Nabi is also another doctor, worked at Al-Falah University. It all goes back to Kashmir, ladies and gentlemen. And we're getting in breaking news straight from Kashmir right now. I'm going straight to that. In Pulwama, there have been more arrests. More people are being picked up. 6 have been detained in Pulwama and have been moved to Srinagar. I'm going across to Zeenat with that breaking news update. Zeenat.
Absolutely right, Niranjan. We are seeing the Pulwama police in action on the behest of the Srinagar police. They are getting the direction from the Srinagar police as far as the detainment of the people is concerned. We are picking from the sources that till now, Srinagar police has asked Pulwama police to detain the individuals who are 6 in number. We are seeing that all 6 individuals have been shifted to Srinagar Cargo, which is one of the high-tech zone of the Srinagar police, where they track the movements of the terrorists and keep an eye on the cross-border terrorism network in the valley also. So there has been the directions that have come from the Srinagar police, and on the basis of that the 6 people have been detained and they have been shifted to Srinagar Cargo for the questioning. So this is one of the breaking news that we are coming in with, that the 6 individuals from the Pulwama has been shifted to Srinagar for questioning. They have been detained in relation to the car bomb blast case that had taken place in Delhi.
Okay, we also saw the picture. We saw the pictures sometime back of this man, Umar Nabi, the terror doctor, Zeenat. His father was arrested. We had those pictures. What is the role of the father? Did his family know? How did they not know? In fact, one of the family members said they even tried talking to Dr. Umar Nabi. We had the pictures of the father of Umar Nabi being taken away by the police a few minutes back. Did they know is the question. Zeenat, did they know?
Is the bigger question, Niranjan, because early morning we've been seeing that first the 2 brothers were picked up by the Pulwama and they were shifted to Srinagar. The mother was picked up and now the father too has been detained for the questioning. Although there is one procedure, that is of the DNA sampling, which is taking place at the PCR Kashmir where the DNA sampling is being done. Although the brothers and the mother has already provided the sample, but now the father's sample is also being taken into the consideration. Meanwhile, we are picking from the sources that there have been certain phone calls and also the tower dumps that had taken by the Srinagar cargo now, which shows the involvement somehow of the father. That is why the father was called. Although his father is mentally retarded, a mentally charged person, but now Srinagar police also laying a hand on the father of Umar, who has been the car bomb suspect in this entire case. Let's say, Niranjan, let me break the details which I have gathered from the sources. As far as the Umar's terror doctor Umar is concerned and his movement in the concern, see, if you read the statement that had come from the family in the morning, that he has not visited them for many months, but now we are picking from the sources within the J&K police that the Umars was here last month. He has come to Kashmir Valley last month. He had made his presence felt in the Batmalu area of Srinagar, where the CCTV footage has also been acquired by the Srinagar police. From Srinagar, he has moved to Avantipora, because Avantipora National Highway is the same place where last time the Pulwama Letpora attack had taken place. This is all the adjoining areas where the movement was observed. So whether he was planning was he doing any recce, or he was planning a terror attack, maybe because of the intelligence apparatus that was quite alert on the ground, because as per the sources, that for the last 2 months, Srinagar police along with the adjoining districts had an information that something big is going to take place. Something big is going to happen, Niranjan. So there was a lot of alertness on ground, and we have been seeing the mobilization of forces in an extreme pattern in all these 2 months. So that is why that was a blockade to the Umar. With the result, he couldn't do any action, and the action was seen in Delhi. Now the Umar role, that meanwhile we are also seeing that now we are also, the police is also looking into an angle that how the Umar got in touch with the terrorists, and whether he was getting the direction, what the family also...
Zeenat, stay with me. I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. I have to go across straight to that. I apologize for cutting you short there, but we have breaking news right now that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who was at the LNJP hospital and has been reviewing the minute-to-minute update on the blast investigation. He's holding a meeting right now. There's another meeting being chaired by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and that meeting is happening right now. And Rakshita, my colleague, joining us live with the details straight from Red Fort, the blast site. Rakshita.
Well, yes, Amit Shah had also visited the hospital and the site last night, and what we know is that, as my colleague Harsha earlier was telling us, that the death toll is risen as far as the hospital is concerned. Meanwhile, at this site, the forensic team continues to investigate on that part of the road. Just a while back, across the road, there's no cut from here where we can go, but that side there were many evidences that were collected, and that, of course, where you see that area that has the white tents, that is actually the site which is being investigated. The exact spot of the blast is right there. As you can see, Niranjan, it is completely fully covered, and that is the crime scene exactly. But they had come inside and come to this entire road also, this entire 200-meter stretch, collected many evidences from here also, and they continue to do so with the NIA officials, the NIA and the Delhi Police Special Cell. They're all present here. The IB has also come along, some of the officials, and the top officers from other agencies also are part of this investigation, as we know that more than 500 highly qualified professionals, all those officials from these agencies have been. This is a multi-agency an operation now that is underway to find out as to who was behind this attack. And as the Prime Minister has vowed that those behind this will be given a befitting reply. At the same time, I would like to show this, Jain Mandir. The intensity of the blast was such that many of the body parts have been found in this temple as well. This is the Jain temple. Many evidences were collected. Many samples were collected from here on. Also, this has also been sanitized. No one can enter this area. Also, this temple. Also, so as we speak, there are many officials who continue to collect evidences. The NSG team, the NIA team, all present here. They are coming and going as we have been been reporting throughout the day, and the latest update, of course, is that there is the Jaish-e-Mohammed role that has been now identified for this 10-11 conspiracy, Niranjan, and the module, of course, that has been now cracked down upon is being peeled layer by layer, and more arrests now as the investigation is only now picking up pace.
Republic Media Network has reached, there's a live shot from the blast site, but we've also reached the home of Dr. Shaheen. Republic Bharat and the Republic Media Network live at the home of Dr. Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen, we'll go across to that. Our reporter in Kanpur is tracking her live, and we will go across to her house. Shaheen, the terror doctor Shaheen, played a key role, was supposed to be the head of the Jaish Women's Wing. We have pictures coming in from there as well. Before I go across to that, let's tell you that that's a live shot, what you're seeing right now. The white sheets are being used to cover the remains, the body, the chassis, the body, whatever remains of the car, of the Hyundai i20 at the blast site. Those are forensic teams who are doing their investigation. You can see in the distance, the investigators have cordoned off their entire area and are investigating the remains of the car, the chassis, the body, and the body of the car, that is. And they are looking at every aspect to pick up clues of what triggered the blast. They will have an idea about what triggered the blast, and they're picking up more clues that they possibly can as part of the investigation. Taking a short break here on Republic. Taking a short break. We're coming back with the details of the 4 terror conspirators, the 4 terrorists who are responsible for the attack on Delhi. The Delhi attackers and the 10-11 conspiracy being unraveled by Republic. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the live coverage here on Republic as we get you the breaking news updates and the 10-11 conspiracy, the Republic investigation around those who carried out the attack in the national capital, who they are, where they came from, and the attack. We're getting you the different angles. Let's first up show you the 4 terror conspirators, and these are the people responsible for the attack on Delhi. Let's go across to the next breaking news update that we're getting in right now. We've had different angles, at least 10 angles that we are getting you here on Republic. And we had the pictures come in a few seconds back of the investigation on at the blast site. So investigators of the NIA who have been handed over the investigation are looking at all aspects of the probe, and that investigation is ongoing at the blast site. There are more pictures that are coming in. This is another CCTV footage that is emerged. CCTV footage that is emerged from the blast site. Let's also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 terror conspirators, Dr. Muzammil Ahmad Shakil, Dr. Adil Ahmad Ratar, Dr. Shaheen, and Dr. Umar Nabi. And we're picking up details of each one of them, and Dr. Shaheen, the terror doctor from Uttar Pradesh, from Lucknow. Republic TV is at her residence. We will get you more details in a short while from now. We're getting you more information as we speak. 4 or 5 breaking news updates that we have. Okay, we're going across to Dr. Umar Nabi. Dr. Umar Nabi, the terror doctor who's believed to be the car bomber. Republic TV tracked his family down in Pulwama. We spoke to them a short while back. We're getting you that full interaction. In fact, when we spoke to them, they claimed they had no idea. They had no idea about where he was. But the information that we've now picked up, that he went to Kashmir again last month, it's a contradiction, which means the family perhaps lied about what happened. Take a look.
आखिरी बार कब उनसे बात हुई थी और क्या कुछ बात हुई थी? क्या कहा था आपने उनसे और उन्होंने क्या कहा था आपसे?
कुछ भी नहीं। जुम्मे के दिन हमने बात की, बस बोला घर आ जाओ।
तो कुछ यहाँ पर बातचीत हुई थी, पुलिस आपके पास आई थी, उन्होंने कुछ कहा आपका?
भाइयों को लेकर चले गए, बस बोला कुछ पूछताछ करनी है, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं।
तो ये डॉक्टर उमर है, ये क्या काम करते थे और वो ये कब कश्मीर से बाहर चले गए थे?
वो वहाँ जॉब करता था, एज ए प्रोफेसर वहाँ पढ़ाता था।
तो इन्होंने क्या कहा था वापस लौटने का? कब ये वापस लौट आएंगे?
हाँ, आते थे ना, बीच बीच में घर आते थे। घर कौन नहीं आना चाहेगा? आता था बीच बीच में, लेकिन आधा घंटा या दिन भर रहते थे, बस फिर चले जाते थे।
कोई खास बातचीत लास्ट टाइम जब आपसे बातचीत हुई, कुछ कहा उनको? आपको लगा कुछ ये कुछ नेगेटिव बात कर रहे हैं? कुछ
वो अच्छे से फ्रेंकली बात कर रहा था, गारंटी के साथ कह सकते। मैंने उसके साथ बात की, जो मैं बेफिक्र होकर बात कर रहा था। उसने कहा कि मुझे एग्जाम है लाइब्रेरी में, मैं वहाँ पढ़ता हूँ, बस मुझे तंग मत करना।
तो कोई इनका टाइमिंग था, पीरियड था, कभी कश्मीर आते हैं, अपने घर आते हैं, या कभी भी अचानक से आ जाते थे?
आते थे, बोलते थे मैं आऊंगा, बच्चों की याद आती थी, उस वजह से वो आते थे।
तो कल जो पुलिस यहाँ पे आई, पुलिस ने क्या कुछ कहा आपको?
One of the biggest mysteries, if the attack was carried out by the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which most details are now conclusively pointing out to. Because the 4 terror conspirators were directly linked with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, including Shaheen. The lady you saw there was supposed to head the Jaish women's wing. Muzammil, Umar, Adil, all of them were linked to the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the details were there, the signs were there, and yet 24 hours after the Jaish-e-Mohammed link has emerged, for some reason officially there is no word on the Jaish-e-Mohammed direct link to the Delhi attack. Here's what we know of the role of Pakistani terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed to the Delhi blast.
बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ है के सामने अभी 1 मिनट पहले।
The blast near Red Fort in Delhi that killed 12 people and injured nearly 20 others now has a direct link to Pak terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed.
एक गाड़ी के अंदर बॉम्ब था, बहुत भयंकर बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ है। चल 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 चल।
Delhi Police's initial investigations reveal Umar Mohammed, a doctor by profession and part of the Jaish module, busted in Faridabad when rogue after learning his age's arrests. Sources also say that a panic struck the group when police raids began in Faridabad. Umar, fearing arrest, fled to Delhi in the very car later used in the Red Fort blast. The probe indicates the suspect's motive, as he planned the suicide attack as soon as he learned that the Faridabad module has been busted. Intelligence inputs further revealed that Dr. Shahina, arrested from Faridabad, was not just a member, but head of Jaish's women recruitment wing. Operating under Jamaat-ul-Mominat, the women's unit was being directed by Sadia Azhar, sister of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar, across the border in Pakistan. With multiple arrests and cross-border links surfacing, the case moves further with NIA and Delhi police are investigating if there are any further terror links emerging in connection with the blast.
And the next investigative angle we are looking at on Republic TV is of the terror den, where the warlike ammunition explosives were found from Faridabad. Yesterday, that's Monday morning, when the raids began, 2,900 kilograms, roughly 3 tons of explosives, 10 times more lethal than the Bombay blast that killed 257 people. The plan was huge. They planned a bigger strike, much bigger than what we saw last night. Here's what we found when we went to the terror hideout in Faridabad. Okay, before I go across to that, live pictures coming in. Live pictures coming in from Dr. Shaheen. Shaheen's residence, the key conspirator, Shaheen's residence in Uttar Pradesh. This is not Kashmir, but this is Uttar Pradesh. These are live pictures coming in. NIA and ATS, Jammu and Kashmir team at the residence of Dr. Shaheen, the terror Dr. Shaheen. She has a key role to play in this entire conspiracy. These pictures are coming in from Lucknow, live pictures from Lucknow of the terror Dr. Shaheen. There is a live crackdown that is underway as we speak, and these pictures of a joint team. It's a joint team of the police in Uttar Pradesh, ATS, the anti-terror squad in Uttar Pradesh, and also the Jammu and Kashmir police. Pictures of Dr. shouldn't be calling her a doctor, she's a terror doctor. Terror Dr. Shaheen. She was Muzammil's partner, and she was hired by the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan to head the women's wing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Originally from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, where the police is currently and is raiding her residence, and arrests and detentions are being made, we are told. Background, she too was a doctor. She was associated in an institute in Lucknow, details of which we have also accessed. We should be able to share those details with you. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, the terror doctor, the third conspirator in the Delhi blast. Those pictures are from Lucknow. We will go across to our correspondent in Lucknow to get more details of Shaheen Shahid and her role in this entire conspiracy. Believed to be a partner of Dr. Muzammil. She was hired by Masood Azhar's daughter. Masood Azhar's daughter was looking after the Jaish women's wing in Pakistan, and the role of this terror doctor, Shaheen Shahid, was to ensure that she hires women cadre. She was tasked to hire women cadre in the Jaish women's wing in India. She's a doctor based in Lucknow, but had links to Faridabad as well. And as we speak, she's been arrested. Weapons were found in her car. The police has confirmed that she had direct links with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, was operating in 3 or 4 states, in Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana, Faridabad, of course, in Haryana, and also in Uttar Pradesh. The investigation into the Faridabad terror module, where most of the terror conspirators, the Delhi bombers were based in Faridabad, and the arrest led to recoveries from this terror Dr. Shaheen Shahid. Some weapons were found in her car as well. And in the entire Faridabad module, we had details of AK Krinkov, an AK-56, 3 magazines, pistol, live rounds, 2 empty cartridges from a car registered in her name. Now, all of this was found from her car, we are told. This arrest itself was made from Lucknow. AK Krinkov assault rifle was found in her car. There were 3 magazines, a pistol with live rounds, 2 empty cartridges, and the car was registered in her name as confirmed by the police. There's a combined and a joint team of police comprising the ATS in Uttar Pradesh, comprising the Jammu and Kashmir police, which has played a key part in finding out details. And this arrest is critical because this car that was found with Shaheen, the terror doctor, also carried a Haryana registration number. And it was reportedly found during searches that were made by Jammu and Kashmir and the Faridabad police jointly over the last few days. Forensic teams have been examining her car for fingerprints, for also ballistic residue, electronic evidence, and they're also checking whether Shaheen Shahid, the terror doctor, used her car to transport explosives or weapons. So her car has also been seized. That's another breaking news update. And the arrest of this particular terror doctor is critical because it is said that her arrest led to the seizure of almost 3 tons of explosive material. So her arrest then becomes extremely critical in this investigation, and her network spanned across Jammu and Kashmir, across Haryana, across Uttar Pradesh. She was directly linked with the terror doctors, Dr. Umar, Dr. Muzammil and Adil. Investigators say that the car itself that was found from her, the car was registered under the name of Shaheen Shahid and then sold to Muzammil Shakil. Shaheen Shahid's car was reportedly sold to Muzammil Shakil, who's a fourth-year medical student from Pulwama and who's believed to be a key link in the entire Al-Falah module. And he was studying in Faridabad. And he was arrested in late October. So the clues were there. With the arrest of Muzammil Shakil in October, it was clear that there was a module at work and they were trying to get to the bottom of it. The vehicle's registration. Zeenat is on the phone line. In fact, let me go across to Zeenat. Zeenat is joining us with the details of the role of this Shaheen. What is her role in this entire terror module? Zeenat, if you can take our viewers through how critical she is to this case.
See, the case itself, Niranjan, is critical because the police in Delhi,
in Jammu and Kashmir, multiple level probes are being done, because if a woman is being again used in these kind of cases for terror related activities, this is something which the investigating agencies are doing their investigation. And then you are seeing that what I'm picking from the sources is that as we have pointed out, that the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind is getting revived in the country. We were picking from the sources that link has come from the Burma and also where you have the fall of Devbandi. So in the coming time, I expect from my sources that there will be more raids in UP, where the number of Devbandis is more, because there had been the certain meetings to revive the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. That is what yesterday J&K police has also hinted in their press release, the role of a woman and how the women is becoming a part of the terror web and how she was facilitating the movement, what all other information she has. Does she have the links with the other women? Are the women from the same Al-Falah Institute, or she is having a touch with the people or the women from the Kashmir Valley? Because it is emerging, the terror spot is from all the planning was done taking the help from the Kashmiri boys. Those, some of them here working, some of them left their job and went to Faridabad or in Haryana and other places. So the links that are emerging now, that really needs to look into that, where the strings are attached. Is it only confined to Kashmir Valley with some of the doctors? Because today also we have been seeing the raids that were being conducted by the Pulwama police or the Srinagar police extensively dealing with the case, giving in orders, directions to the concerned district polices to get the people to the cargo, whether it is for the DNA sampling, for the questioning, they are taking the tower dumps, they are scanning their mobile phones, they are getting all kind of information. See, it is not only a particular family that is being questioned, but layers that are coming within the layers. The people who have been associated with these doctors, whether they are the friends, they are the neighbors, they are in touch because of the extending family members, they are the mutual friends in the web. So all these things are taken into consideration, because we expect more leads in the coming time and the more arrests, because the entire that puzzle has not been solved yet, because we need to wait for the DNA result also that will confirm the role of this Umar, who hails from Koil, Pulwama. Since Pulwama always has a tainted past. We have seen Pulwama in news, whether it is for the Lethpora attack, or you remember the other attacks that had taken place in the last 1 decade that had emerged from Pulwama, the conspiracy that was hatched, and even the terrorist, the the known ones who have joined, whether it was Ansar Ghazwatul Hind, the Hizbul Mujahideen, many of the supporters were from the JM. So as I'm picking from my sources within the Jammu and Kashmir police, they were involved with this case for the last 2 months. They have received the intel map about the movement of the terrorists and whether they are planning any big thing here. Because if you see the family statements of this Umar, so the sister is saying he has not been visiting them for a long time. There was certain phone calls exchange. There was some conversation on the phone, but the intel impulse suggests that he was there he was here in the Kashmir Valley last month. In fact, his presence was felt in Srinagar itself, the Batmalu area. Batmalu is one of the crowded places of Srinagar city where his presence was. Was he there to do some recce, or he was supposed to meet any handler or any OGW? What was he doing in Batmalu when he was working somewhere in Delhi? Why had he come to Kashmir Valley? Had he come with a plan to do any attack in the Kashmir Valley? But in Batmalu, through the CCTV footages, his presence has been observed. Then he had come to Avantipora, where again Avantipora police says that his movement was observed. He had halted his vehicle at Avantipora highway where he stayed for some time. Was he doing again a recce at Avantipora? Because Avantipora has last time also the Letpora Pulwama track has seen one of the deadliest attack that had come from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Was he planning then? But see, the security that was heightened here for the last 2 months, the more mobilization of vehicles, more nakas, because that was at the time the same arrangements was meant because of the Amarnath Yatra. So the tracks, the more redeployment, the bunkers were created, and that continued even today that we have been seeing. But now we are getting to know why those bunkers were not removed, or why the movement of the forces was not lowered, because the input was there for the last 2 months that something big is going to happen in the form of terror attack. But maybe because of seeing the heightened security arrangements, Umar couldn't do any or could not carry any attack, and he went back to Delhi. So the family version that had come in the morning does not stand what the J&K police have observed through the tower dumps, through the phone call records, through the CCTV footages about the movement of Umar. In fact, Umar was the one who purchased this vehicle. He has made the payments also. The vehicle was taken to outside Kashmir Valley, and where all he was traveling with this vehicle. When did he start his vehicle for this kind of attack? Was the ammunition already present when he left early morning from Faridabad, or he had picked that ammunition or that explosive from someone else? Are there more chains that needs to be looked into? Are there more people who have been supporting this network? Because as of now we see around 3 to 4 people who are making the headlines or who are in the news. Their role is being searched and scanned. They are being detained for the questioning, and their involvement is found. But there is more behind the curtain. That is what we see, because today also we have seen the raids in Pulwama, because the 2 of the links, one is of the Umar, this terrorist Dr. Umar, and the another is Dr. Muzammil, who comes from the Koil. See, they come from the same faculty, come from the same district.
You know, those pictures are coming in. Those pictures are coming in from Lucknow. That's a live shot. There's a joint team of investigators, including the Jammu and Kashmir police. There is a team including the ATS, the anti-terror squad of the Uttar Pradesh police force, and they're investigating Shaheen Shahid. Shaheen is the woman terror doctor, Jaish-e-Mohammed handler, part of the plot at Al-Falah, played a key role. We have some more breaking news coming in. Let's go across straight to that. Back-to-back meetings underway, ladies and gentlemen, in the national capital. There is a second meeting that has now begun. Second meeting between the heads of agencies and the Union Home Minister. And this critical meeting is happening at the Ministry of Home Affairs, the MHA office, in the national capital, on the blasts and the process of investigation. The Home Minister taking stock. Fast-paced developments in Delhi. I'm going across to Rakshita Shambhavi joining us on the coverage. Rakshita will be joining us with the details. Rakshita, do we have details of who was present at that meeting and any development, if at all, Rakshita? Because so far we haven't named Jaish-e-Mohammed, but it's clear that the role of Jaish-e-Mohammed is established now.
Forensic teams,
Yeah.
they were leaving.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Absolutely, absolutely. That is the key point. And, you know, Republic TV has been showing our viewers, highlighting for our viewers the entire chronology of the events. What transpired since yesterday morning, what's happening since yesterday morning in NCR, the National Capital Region. That Faridabad is right adjacent to Delhi at the Haryana border. And after the raids, what transpired was this entire sequence of this car, the I-20, that is being tracked, and Republic TV has the exclusive details on. And last evening around 6:51 and 6:55 was this blast, that tragedy that struck right the gate number 1. And this, of course, area has been completely cordoned off. We once again saw more FSL team officials who were visiting the spot, and some of them were exiting. Since morning they have been here. They have spent a couple of hours here investigating the entire scene and also the adjacent areas, both sides of this road. I'm on one side of the road that has the Lal Mandir, the Jain Lal Mandir. Across the road as well, where there's a divider, the team had investigated and collected some samples a while ago. And they continue to pick more and more. The top officials from different agencies have left, but the forensic team, of course, their work continues, and it will continue till evening, what we are understanding right now. Niranjan.
Yes, and we are on the Faridabad terror den angle right now. Those are pictures of the recoveries, nearly 50 to 60 kilograms of explosives extra that has been recovered from Faridabad sector 56, we are told, in Faridabad, where this recovery was made. And Shambhavi is live. She was at that terror den, not this one, but the main terror den, the hideout of Muzammil, that was seized, where 3 tons of explosives were recovered as part of the raid last morning. Here is a report. We were there. Here's what we found out.
We'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and we're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with a hay here. You can see this is a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely, because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house, and you can see that in some part, I think there you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered. So there are 2 prime locations. One is in Faridabad Dhauja and the other one is in Faridabad Taga. This is Faridabad Dhauja, and this is exactly the same room from where the Faridabad crime branch has been since morning conducting searches in teams. And this area till now, let me tell you, till more than 5 to 10 minutes ago was completely cordoned off. We were not allowed inside, and there were extensive searches going on. But now we are showing you the exact spot from where the material, explosive material, has been seized. Let me also show you the rest of the house. Now this is where, actually this is the place from where you enter, and this is the moment you enter the Hauja village, this is the house, and this is the first room to the right. We'll also show you the other parts of the room, and there are other families who live here. So if there are 4 rooms, the 3 other rooms are occupied by 3 different families, and the one room that we showed, that was rented by Muzammil to store the explosive material that is now said to be more than 360 kgs. We'll also take you upstairs and show you the area that was also used, because we from the far corner of the village, we were constantly showing you the team that is collected here, and they were holding some kind of meeting. There were extensive searches going on in this. This is the terrace part of the house from where 360 kgs of explosive was discovered. This is, and we can also see that there's a lot of hay involved. So it is possible that to hide even the 5 liters of the liquid explosive that was recovered from here, and 360 kgs of the flammable powder that was recovered in 8 large bags and 4 small bags, and each bag weighed somewhere around 20 kgs to 40 kgs. And it is possible that hay was used to actually hide it, to make sure that nobody actually gets it. And we'll also take you downstairs now, and we'll try to see if we can contact the families who are there around. Because as I told you, there are 4 rooms in this house, one of which was rented by Mujammil to store more than 350 kgs of explosive powder. Now this is another room. This is another room which is rented by another family here. Does this family or these people have any connection with Mujammil or even this entire network, terror network? This is still being investigated. This is one of the 4 rooms, apart from the room that was actually used to. This is another of the room now. As you can see, there were families here, but they have shut the door because they don't want to be bothered with questions. And I'm sure because Faridabad Crime Branch and other agencies have been here since morning, they must have investigated, they must have inquired and interrogated the families here. And this is another one of those rooms. So we've showed you a total of 4 rooms, including, this is the entrance. Let me again show you. This is the entrance from where you can enter the house. And towards your right, the first room towards your right, is the room which was used to store the explosive material, which would have been again used to make timer bombs and plan blasts all over the nation, in several cities, because in several states the investigation is being carried out, including the Western UP, Haryana and NCR. We'll also show you the house from outside, because this is actually a little bit in the interior when you actually enter the village. It is on the latter, on the pretty interior part of the house, which would be usually not be susceptible in the usual course. So we see that this was the room, this was the exact house that Muhammad Muzammil used to rent and store and even possibly make the timer bombs or collect the ingredients that would actually come to use in the timer bombs. That they would again, the investigation goes on to where were they planning these blasts, what were the points, but we know that the terrorists have recorded videos and pictures and are sent to cross-border handlers.
A report from the Faridabad terror den. And on Republic, our investigation continues, looking at every aspect of the Delhi blast. Taking a break. When we come back, we have more details of the car bomber, Umar Nabi. Did his family lie? And his last visit to Kashmir, some more details have emerged. That's coming up on our coverage. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident. Visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
a devastating blast occurred near the Red Fort in Delhi on November 10, 2025. It killed 9 people and injured over 20. The explosion happened around 6:55 p.m. in a slow-moving Hyundai 1 I-20 car at the Subhash Marg traffic signal near gate number 1 of the Lal Killa metro station. The blast was so intense that it damaged several nearby vehicles, shattered windows and caused debris to fly across the area. Authorities have now sought and sounded a high alert across the country and city, and security has been tightened at key public areas, including train stations, airports and metro services. First, we'll tell you exactly what happened at the exact spot or where the incident happened and how close it was to the Red Fort.
We have a 10-part investigation coming up. Let's start with the map first up, ladies and gentlemen, of what happened last evening. Let's go straight to that. A chase that started at 7 in the morning and ended here at the Lal Killa. There was a video that came out where you can see people are interacting. There's an explosion that's heard that's in the background. You could see the Gauri Shankar temple. This is roughly about 100 meters from there. This was the blast site. You could see the blast from the background of this particular image. The car itself was parked. The car itself was parked here in the parking lot of the Red Fort, and then at the signal, a slow-moving car barely 100 meters away from the Red Fort exploded. Now, this is what happened last evening.
And viewers, we're also going to now tell you Prime Minister Modi had also expressed deep sorrow over the Delhi car blast near the Red Fort, stating that the conspirators behind the attack will not be spared, and all those responsible will be brought to justice. Speaking in Bhutan, he also assured investigative agencies are working to uncover the truth and vowed to take strict action against those involved. Here's what Rajnath Singh and Prime Minister Modi have said.
मैं यहाँ बहुत भारी मन से आया हूँ। कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
The Jammu and Kashmir Police's investigation into Jaish-e-Mohammed terror network spanning multiple states now dismantled, with 9 arrests and the recovery of over 2,900 kilograms of explosives, bomb-making materials. And the breaking news coming in, 2 AK series weapons began with something as ordinary as a few posters. interrogation of the OGWs brought the police to Maulvi Irfan Ahmed, a cleric from Shopian. His questioning spread over nearly 3 weeks, unearthed the outlines of a Jaish-e-Mohammed network operating across Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. But first, viewers, we're going to unmask the face of terror right here on Republic TV. We're going to show you the details of these 4 conspirators. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, a woman doctor arrested in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast. She was accused of setting up Jaish-e-Mohammed's women wing in India. She was arrested from Lucknow and is linked to the terror module operating across Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. The terror Dr. Shaheen is a faculty member at Al-Falah University. She was tasked with leading Jamaat-ul-Mominat, the women's wing of JEM. We spoke to her father. Here is what he said. Before that, we're going to establish visuals of what had happened yesterday, and we're showing you one more arrest in Pulwama. The Faridabad police carrying on the searches. The Delhi terror attack case is now handed to the NIA. One more doctor is arrested, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil Ahmed, and I'm going to say these terrorist doctors, Shaheen, the terror doctor, is also hired, but first is also arrested. But first, viewers, I'm also going to go across to give you the inside story of the terror doctor Umar Nabi. The police had intelligence about Umar Nabi's family, that they lied about not being in touch with him. It's very clear when they spoke to us and my colleague Arawat, they were lying. Let's listen in to this angle that we've got. The inside story of terror doctor Umar Nabi. The police had intel on what happened. Let's listen in to what he told and his family told Arawat.
आखिरी बार कब उनसे बात हुई थी और क्या कुछ बात हुई थी, क्या कहा था आपने उनसे और उन्होंने क्या कहा था आपसे?
कुछ भी नहीं। जुम्मे के दिन हमने बात की, बस बोला घर आ जाओ।
तो कुछ यहाँ पर बातचीत हुई थी, पुलिस आपके पास आई थी, उन्होंने कुछ कहा आपका?
भाइयों को लेकर चले गए, बस बोला कुछ पूछताछ करनी है, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं।
तो ये डॉक्टर उमर है, ये क्या काम करते थे और वो ये कब कश्मीर से बाहर चले गए थे?
वो वहाँ जॉब करता था, एज ए प्रोफेसर वहाँ पढ़ाता था।
तो इन्होंने क्या कहा था वापस लौटने का, कब ये वापस लौट आएंगे?
हाँ आते थे ना, बीच बीच में घर आते थे। घर कौन नहीं आना चाहेगा? आता था बीच बीच में, लेकिन आधा घंटा या दिन भर रहते थे, बस फिर चले जाते थे।
कोई खास बातचीत लास्ट टाइम जब आपसे बातचीत हुई, कुछ कहा उनको, आपको लगा कुछ ये कुछ नेगेटिव बात कर रहे हैं या कुछ?
वो अच्छे से फ्रैंकली बात कर रहा था, गारंटी के साथ कह सकते हो। मैंने उसके साथ बात की, जो मैं बेफिक्र होकर बात कर रहा था। उसने कहा कि मुझे एग्जाम है लाइब्रेरी में, मैं वहाँ पढ़ता हूँ, बस मुझे तंग मत करना।
तो कोई इनका टाइमिंग था, पीरियड था, कभी कश्मीर आते हैं, अपने घर आते हैं या कभी भी अचानक से आ जाते थे?
तो आते थे, बोलते थे मैं आऊंगा, बच्चों की याद आती थी, उस वजह से वो आते थे।
तो कल जो पुलिस यहाँ पे आई, पुलिस ने क्या कुछ कहा आपको?
The next terror conspirator. Just yesterday early morning, there were arrests that took place in Faridabad in Haryana, the aftermath of the deadly car bomb blast near Delhi's Red Fort, and its direct connection to the major terror module that's busted in Faridabad has now been established. Investigation has now linked the Hyundai i20 car that was used in the explosion, which killed 9 people, to a terror cell from which authorities seized 2,900 kilograms of IED making materials. Intelligence sources are now suspecting that terror doctor, Dr. Muhammad Umar, a doctor who's absconding from the Faridabad module, was driving the car at the time of the blast. My colleague Shamvi had yesterday gone inside the terror den in Faridabad and sent us these chilling details. Take a look.
Well, we'll show you the house from which the recovery has been made. Now, just a few minutes ago, Faridabad Crime Branch has left from the spot, and there has been constantly investigation going on here, and we're trying to recover what more can be recovered from here. And this is the place, this is the rented spot from where more than 360 kg of material, of explosive material was discovered. And we'll also show you the room. We'll show you how most of this material that was actually taken was they were trying to hide it with a hay here. You can see this is a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house. And you can see that in some part, I think there you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered. So there are two prime locations. One is in Faridabad Dhauja and the other one is in Faridabad Taga. This is Faridabad Dhauja and this is exactly the same room from where the Faridabad crime branch has been since morning conducting searches in teams, and this area till now, let me tell you, till more than 5 to 10 minutes ago was completely cordoned off. We were not allowed inside and there were extensive searches going on. But now we are showing you the exact spot from where the material, explosive material has been seized. Let me also show you the rest of the house. Now this is where actually, this is the place from where you enter, and this is the moment you enter the Hauja village. This is the house, and this is the first room to the right. We'll also show you the other parts of the room, and there are other families who live here. So if there are 4 rooms, the 3 other rooms are occupied by 3 different families, and the one room that we showed, that was rented by Muzammil to store the explosive material that is now said to be more than 360 kgs. We'll also take you upstairs and show you the area that was also used because we from the far corner of the village we were constantly showing you the team that has collected here, and they were holding some kind of meeting. There were extensive searches going on in this. This is the terrace part of the house from where 360 kgs of explosive was discovered. This is, and we can also see that there's a lot of hay involved. So it is possible that to hide even the 5 liters of the liquid explosive that was recovered from here and 360 kgs of the flammable powder that was recovered in 8 large bags and 4 small bags, and each bag weighed somewhere around 20 kgs to 40 kgs. And it is possible that hay was used to actually hide it, to make sure that nobody actually gets it. And we'll also take you downstairs now, and we'll try to see if we can contact the families who are there around. Because as I told you, there are 4 rooms in this house, one of which was rented by Muzammil to store more than 350 kgs of explosive powder. Now this is another room. This is another room which is rented by another family here. Does this family or these people have any connection with Muzammil or even this entire network, terror network? This is still being investigated. This is one of the 4 rooms apart from the room that was actually used to. This is another of the room now. As you can see, there were families here, but they have shut the door because they don't want to be bothered with questions. And I'm sure because Faridabad Crime Branch and other agencies have been here since morning, they must have investigated, they must have inquired and interrogated the families here. And this is another one of those rooms. So we've showed you a total of 4 rooms, including this is the entrance. Let me again show you. This is the entrance from where you can enter the house. And towards your right, the first room towards your right is the room which was used to store the explosive material, which would have been again used to make timer bombs and plan blasts all over the nation in several cities, because in several states the investigation is being carried out. including the Western UP, Haryana and NCR. We'll also show you the house from outside because this is actually a little bit in the interior when you actually enter the village. It is on the latter, on the pretty interior part of the house, which would be usually not be susceptible in the usual course. So we see that this was the room, this was the exact house that Mohammed Muzammil used to rent and store and even possibly make the timer bombs or collect the ingredients that would actually come to use in the timer bombs. That they would again, the investigation goes on to where were they planning these blasts, what were the points, but we know that the terrorists have recorded videos and pictures and are sent to cross-border handlers.
Viewers, a sweeping counter-terrorism operation across 3 Indian states was now unearthed. A massive cache of explosives and weaponry, allegedly that's now linked to a network of radicalization with ties to banned terrorist groups is now also being unearthed. Jaish-e-Mohammed Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind. Authorities are now investigating whether laboratories, faculties at Al-Falah University were utilized or intended for synthesizing advanced explosives like RDX. Faridabad Police Commissioner Satyendra Kumar Gupta confirmed a major terrorist network has been disrupted. Soumya is joining us live from Faridabad. Soumya, we are clearly putting and piecing together a picture. Delhi blast was a suicide attack. It was seen explosives were also recovered in Faridabad, and the kind of number of the explosives that is surely coming across is massive. Now the Faridabad Police Commissioner has also confirmed the major terrorist network that has been busted. The Al-Falah University angle now becomes so critical.
Yes, well, Rhythm, Al-Falah has come under the scanner. It has become a huge point of consideration for interrogation and investigation for the police officials and the investigators, and for that matter, the Jammu and Kashmir Police Unit, which has been here for several days. And now, each minute, the developments in the Delhi blast case is ascertaining the link between the Delhi blast case and this terror module here breeding here in Faridabad for several months now. The link is becoming stronger one by one. When all of it started when the Muzammil Shakil was arrested in October by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and then it led to police also recovering 2 more people who could have been a part of this terror module, who were also assistant professors here at Al-Falah. The lady doctor, the terror doctor Shaheen, and then Umar Nabi, who is one of the top suspects of the Delhi police, who could have been behind the wheels of the Hyundai i20, which was used for the Delhi blast yesterday. Now, several developments: how that car was purchased from a second-hand used cars dealer from Faridabad. It left from Faridabad. How the presence of ammonium nitrate initially was found during the investigation by the FSL team, which began after the blast. Now, ammonium nitrate was found in a huge amount from this storage place, which was rented by Muzammil Shakil just 15 days back, and it was raided yesterday. Police, the JNK police, the crime branch of Faridabad found the presence. It recovered the ammonium nitrate in huge numbers. So the police is suspecting a strong link between the Faridabad terror module that has been busted and the Delhi blast case. They are suggesting that it could be that they could be behind this blast. It's not just them planning, but also, for that matter, supplying the explosive materials. Al-Falah for sure is in the scanner. We have had police officials also detaining almost around 7 people from the university. So stay tuned.
To stay on for a minute on what you're saying, but first we're going to go across to the breaking news that's coming in right now. Republic TV has now accessed the CCTV footage. Another CCTV of the I-20 has surfaced. The CCTV that was seen at Badarpur is now being seen, and we can clearly see what's been happening. There is this CCTV footage that is coming in from Badarpur now, where the I-20, the Hindway I-20 can be seen. And at the toll bridge at Badarpur, this particular person, the masked man, was giving out and handing out something to the toll person. The new video of the Hindway I-20 car is now seen at Badarpur, also at that toll station, polling station. Now we can also see what was happening. The new video of the I-20 clearly seen. And also the CCTV footage has been surfaced. It's from the Badarpur toll plaza. Suspect Umar is now seen in the CCTV. He's wearing a mask like we can see even in the other CCTV footages. It's from 8:13 a.m. when Umar entered Delhi from the Badarpur toll plaza. And this is exactly what we've pieced together. He parked the car for 3 hours. Earlier, the first pictures of the Delhi blast suspect had surfaced, and then we told you that this suspect had moved and was behind the wheels of the white Hyundai I-20 car that exploded near the Red Fort on Monday evening. His family has been detained for questioning, but these pictures are so critical as the driver of the car that exploded have now emerged. These are the first pictures that are now these are the first CCTV footage pictures emerging from the Badarpur toll plaza. This is a new video of the Hyundai I-20 car. Security footage is showing that the car was parked in the other videos near the Red Fort for 3 hours with the driver inside who was wearing a mask. He's not exited that car even for a second. When the car had finally moved at that time, it drove towards the traffic signal near the metro station where it exploded around 6:52 a.m. It is at around 8:13 a.m. This is when Umar had entered Delhi from the Badarpur toll plaza. Viewers, non-stop coverage on the Delhi blast, the deadly car blast near Delhi's Red Fort that killed 9 people, left more than a dozen injured, continues, where we get you the top investigation and why, and questions being emerging on how this happened, and also where the investigation continues with the special cell and the NIA.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Coverage of the Delhi blast that has now happened, and we're going to go across to my colleague Zeenat in Pulwama, where raids are occurring. We've just showed you what's been happening across the 3 cities in Lucknow, in Faridabad, and also in the capital, where the investigation is continuing of the 10/11 blast that rocked the country and Delhi. Another CCTV of the I-20 had surfaced, which we showed you. But let's go across to Zeenat. Zeenat is in Pulwama. You're showing us several raids that are happening at Pulwama.
Right now we are reporting from Koil, Pulwama, and this is the residence of terrorist Dr. Umar. who has been suspected in this car bomb blast. We are showing you the visuals here once again. The SOG of Pulwama has reached here along with the party. They just went inside this the residence of this terrorist Umar, and they have also covered the entire area. In fact, inside they're not allowing anybody to come inside, although they have taken mother, two of his brothers and the father, but some of the relatives are still inside. It seems that they have got some clues, or maybe they had come to collect some articles from his place. That is why we are saying the police has again knocked the door of his residence, where the relatives are inside. The family members have been moved to PCR Kashmir, where the DNA sampling and other things are being done. This is the second, or rather the fourth visit, because yesterday also one of the brother was detained. Then in the morning the second one, and the mother was taken along by the Pulwama police, and then they had come to detain his father, who too has been shifted to PCR Kashmir. Now again they have knocked his door, although this premises looks more nobody seems here apart from the J&K police, and one neighbor is also standing here, but it seems that the entire locality is gone into hiding here, because this is something that has knocked their door, which they were not expecting, that because he being the professional earlier but has chosen his route or the path otherwise, which is taking him to the Jaish-e Mohammed outfit. So that is what we are picking, because right now we are only seeing the Jammu and Kashmir police that has come here. They have completely covered this area with their footprints. They've gone inside. In fact, some of the men have started coming out they have started coming out, although whether they have confiscated anything, they have managed to get their hand on some article, some object or any document, because most of the family members of this place, they are at present in Srinagar. They are dealing with the questions of Srinagar police. They have been detained for the questioning and also the procedure of the DNA sampling that had taken place earlier, although the father was taken a while back and he is still en route to Srinagar. But it seems that police is looking into through all the angles as far as the case of Delhi blast is concerned, and also the huge ammonium nitrate that was recovered yesterday from the Faridabad. We see that the conspiracy was hashed. The links have emerged from this very place. This is Koil, Pulwama. This is South Kashmir. That is in news. This has been earlier the hotbed of activities of the terror ranks, be it of the stone pelting or the logistics being provided to the terror outfits. Most of the area has seen the infrastructure, government infrastructure that used to come under fire because of the locals pelting stones or damaging the infrastructure. So this place has seen lot of bloodshed, also damage on the ground. But for the last couple of years, the things had turned normal. But this is something which has really sent shockwaves across the country when you see a professional changing his path from one profession and going into the den of terror-related activities. As far as the Umar's movement has been concerned, we are picking from the official sources. He was here last month also. He had purchased the vehicle also, and then he had met his brother at Avantipura. Some chats were also exchanged. He had been regularly in touch with the family, and now we're seeing that the senior officials from the Pulwama police, in fact, the senior officials are here who had come personally to take the belongings, what they have taken here, although maybe some kind of documents that they had come to take with them, because ultimately it is all about finding or looking into or uncovering the mystery that surrounds as far as the Delhi case is concerned, the blast case is concerned. So this is Pulwama police who had once again knocked the doors of Umar, terrorist Umar, who is a suspect in the bomb blast that had taken place yesterday in Delhi. So Republic was the one who was following this stream from the town itself, and they have managed, and we could manage this because we are the only team, I guess, who have been covering this, who have been following the footprints of the police as far as they've been trying to knock the door of those who have been involved in the terror crime that has sent shock waves across the country.
I also want to ask you, there were also this terror doctor Umar Nabi, the resident of Pulwama, the pictures that you are showing off, and I want to stay with that. Preliminary investigations are also suggesting that he was connected to the terror module. It's very clear that there have been others who've also been arrested. You've given us what's been happening in the house. His family earlier tried to speak and give a picture that, you know, he's just a doctor and he's got no links. But it's very clear, even in that Hyundai i20 that was going from location 8:13 a.m. right in the morning, that was at the Badarpur border, towards the 6:55 p.m. when he actually sat in the car for 3 hours before the explosion, that this person who is suspected to be the main culprit of the Delhi suicide bomb is very, very clear. Faridabad was now the terror den that was he was one of the main conspirators of that.
Absolutely. See, Rhythm, we have to understand the kind of module that this terror doctor was running from the Koil Pulwama. Pulwama has always been hitting the headlines for it's already always generating bad name. And we are seeing that once again the Pulwama in the picture, when the boys from the Pulwama, though from this area, the two boys, one is Muzammil, another is Umar, who has the main suspect as far as the terror-related incident in Delhi is concerned. We've been seeing the J&K police knocking the door of Umar once again, although the family members are at the PCR Kashmir, but still they had come, seems that they had come to collect some documents, articles, something that they have taken along with them, because this is the Pulwama police that we have been following to get actually where they are going and why they have come back when the family members are not there. That tells that something has come out once again from the questioning of those family members who are still lying in the custody of Srinagar police. And the visuals that we show you are from the Koil Pulwama, and where the police team had come and they have once again frisked the premises of this Umar. As far as the moment of the Umar is concerned, see, we have been hearing the version that had come from the family member in the morning that he was very pious, he has nothing to do, he was very workaholic and he was quite well in his studies. But they have lied that he has not been to Kashmir for last 3 months, as per the moment that have been picked up by the Kashmir police, that he was here last month. Also, as far as Umar's moment is concerned, in October also his presence was felt in Batmalu, Srinagar. He had made a halt, then he had come to Avantipora. Was he there for any kind of recce? Because there were already the intel maps that had showed that there will going to be some nasty activity that will take place in the Kashmir Valley. With the result, we have seen the heightened security arrangements along the national highway. There had been multiple cordon search. In fact, just a week back, Srinagar police once again busted a module of the 3 people, 1 non-local and the 2 locals. So they were carrying the kata pistol, the local-made pistol, along with the bullets that were recovered. And that also gives you an idea that there was already the police in action, because they had got an import that something big is going to happen. And this is the case that was cracked by Srinagar police itself when they detained, first they detained, but later he was arrested, Dr. Adil, who come from the Qazi Good Kulgam. So everything was all plotted here in South Kashmir as far as this ammonium nitrate case is also concerned, because Dr. Muzammil is again from the very same village, that is Koil Pulwama, where we are presently reporting from. So having Muzammil and Muzammil and the Umar, they have been in touch, they have been involved in this case. Okay, the findings, more findings will come.
I'm just going to stay with what you're saying, Zeenat, for just a minute, but I'm also going to go across, viewers, to show you another CCTV footage of the Hyundai i20 that has surfaced. We've been showing you where all this Hyundai i20 has been found, where all the CCTV footage is found and where all it surfaced. Now we're showing you not only where the car was spotted at the petrol pump in Okla, but where the car was first seen at the Badarpur toll, where it came into Delhi. I'm going to go across to Shamvi, who's joining us live from Badarpur. Shamvi, you've actually seen what was happening at the terror den in Faridabad, where you reported earlier from. Now you're at Badarpur. This is where at 8:13 a.m. The terror doctor Umar had come here in the car. He was wearing a mask and he took the toll to get into Delhi. Give us any details that you are picking up from Badarpur now.
Well, yes, Republic has been tracing the mapped out journey that Hyundai i20 took, in which the blast actually happened, and that started. The first footage is of around 7:30 a.m. Monday morning when the Hyundai i20 crossed Asian Hospital, which is in Sector 27, Faridabad. Just a few meters away, there is this board which shows you that you are headed towards Delhi. And when we take that road, the next stop is the Badarpur toll plaza, a CCTV footage of which, as you've mentioned, is surfacing. And in earlier pictures as well, we could see a man wearing a black mask, but it was not yet confirmed if it was Umar himself. But now it is confirmed that the man with the black mask driving that Hyundai i20 was Umar indeed. And around 43 minutes later, so let's just say that 7:30, Umar was driving Hyundai i20. It crossed the Asian Hospital from Faridabad, took the road which goes towards Delhi. After 43 minutes, exactly at 8:13 a.m., you will reach Badarpur toll plaza.
I want to interrupt you for 1 second, but I'm going to come back to you for the big breaking news that's coming in. Viewers, forensic examination now establishes a direct link between the Red Fort blast and the Faridabad module. The ammonium nitrate samples from the blast site match the Faridabad hall. And this is the big breaking news that's coming in right now. I'm going to stay with this, and we're also going to go across and tell you details about the Faridabad link that we've been staying with. I'm also going to try in this huge detail that's coming in to get our senior editor Abhishek Kapoor with us. But there is a clear direct link. You know, earlier when Shambhi was reporting on it, and I'm just going to go back to it. Shambhi, you spoke about the 360 kilograms of explosives that were found at a doctor's place in Faridabad. Now they've found this connection, a direct link between the Red Fort blast and the Faridabad module. The ammonium nitrate samples match.
Right, 360 kgs of ammonium nitrate, also which is similar to the white powder. It was found in that isolated house in the middle of just
editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us. Abhishek, this is massive. The direct link between the Faridabad module and the Red Fort blast has now been established.
There is already substantial amount of circumstantial evidence available to connect all the dots insofar as these doctors from Kashmir, their UP connection in Saharanpur, and then of course the Faridabad module, which was busted with about 3 tons of warlike stores, including ammonium nitrate, about 350 kgs. Today also recovered another 50 kgs. But this is corroborative evidence, so to say, in the language of criminal investigation rhythm, because the ammonium nitrate, the traces of which were found from the blast site yesterday, and the ammonium nitrate, the haul of which was caught and seized from Faridabad, from the Dhaunch village yesterday and today. Those samples have matched really in terms of their life cycle, etc. The technicalities of which I am not aware, but maybe I can find out. But I have spoken to sources and they tell us that there should be no ambiguity left now whatsoever in terms of Umar, the suicide bomber, being part of the same Faridabad module, of which Muzammil and Shahina were part, all of them doctors, as also, of course, Adil. Adil, in fact, happens to be the key recruiter, the original converter, and JEM or Jaish-e-Mohammed operative. But those are the details of the conspiracy really unraveling. This is the first forensic confirmation rhythm which connects the Delhi blast with the Faridabad module that was busted by the security agencies early yesterday morning.
Abhishek, I also want to ask you, earlier we'd also spoken about the ammonium nitrate, and now we're talking about the same samples. Even the 50 to 60 kgs of the explosives that were discovered in Sector 56. We're staying with those pictures also that have come in from Faridabad of 7 arrested from the Al-Falah University also. It's very clear, like you're saying, that there is a direct connection with the kind of raids and arrests that are taking place in Pulwama, in Faridabad, and also in Saharanpur.
100% rhythm. In fact, Dr. Adil, he was nabbed on November 6. and he was nabbed based on CCTV footage from Srinagar, and he was seen putting out those posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So the direct link with Jaish-e-Mohammed is established with Adil. He had converted or got radicalized while still a student of MBBS, and came in touch with a Jaish module led by one Hashim in Srinagar. And subsequently, he was working to recruit a sleeper cell. He himself came to Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh last year in the month of November. And then, of course, subsequently, he recruited Muzammil and Shahina, both at Falah University, as also Umar, connections going back to Pulwama in Anantnag of Kashmir. So Muzammil and Adil and Umar all going back to Pulwama and Anantnag district in Kashmir. And then, of course, the sleeper cell taking shape in Faridabad around the Al-Falah University. So, of course, the Al-Falah University was only used as a front. These people were working closely together along with some others who are now suspects in custody and are being interrogated. But as I said, while the circumstantial evidence was there and the agencies were in fact working beforehand and were hot on trail of this sleeper cell, the forensic confirmation is something which was awaited and has now been confirmed by your channel for the viewers.
Abhishek, I also want to ask you, this is a major counter-terrorism operation that was also spanning in Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh. It unearthed a trans-state terror module and led to the arrest of multiple suspects, including these 4 terror doctors. Joint teams from Jammu and Kashmir, from Haryana police, from Uttar Pradesh police, central agencies also recovered a massive cache of explosives, firearms, bomb-making materials in coordinated raids across Srinagar, Faridabad, Saharanpur and also other locations. The investigation actually, Abhishek, began after the Jaish-e-Mohammed posters appeared in Srinagar's Bunpura Naugam area on 19th of October, threatening security forces, and that's when our security forces started following these terror doctors very closely.
Well, absolutely. So it's not just a multi-state operation, terror module, and hence a multi-state operation by the security agencies, but also remember the transnational element. Jaish-e-Mohammed is based out of Pakistan. Ultimately, that naming of names would have to happen, hopefully soon, because remember, before we come across and make that, do that name calling, we have to have all the evidence. So as I was mentioning, while the circumstantial evidence has been in glaring sight over the last 24 hours, forensics are now being, put in place, and that evidence is also coming out. That connection and corroborative evidence, so to say, is coming out, and the linkages between Adil and Muzammil and Shahina and Umar, and the fact that they were working together for a while to fructify the terror designs of our neighbor and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and through Jaish-e-Mohammed of the Pakistani deep state and the ISI. Ultimately, it will come down to that. But as I said, officially it would be said, Rhythm, only once that corroborative evidence is collected, and a pile of which, in fact, is building up, is what I am told by our sources. But as of now, the first one is that the ammonium nitrate, which was found in Faridabad when the terror module was busted yesterday, and the traces of ammonium nitrate found from the bomb blast site or the suicide bombing site now outside of the Red Fort area, that's got connected. That's the same sample, and possibly from the same lab, possibly from the same batch. So all those things are really coming together now to create a foolproof case insofar as this particular terror module of Jaish-e-Mohammed is concerned.
Absolutely. Abhishek, I also want to go across to our colleague Rakshita, who's now joining us outside the Red Fort. Rakshita, you've been reporting since morning. There's a direct link between the Faridabad module and the Delhi blast that we've seen. Police has now traced this terror ecosystem that's involving very radicalized professionals and students that are operating under the guise of academic and professional networks. Like Abhishek said, the Al-Falah University, they're coordinating through encrypted channels and charitable fronts to move funds, arms, explosives. Same explosives used in Delhi, explosives found in Faridabad. This is being traced back to Pulwama. What details are you now picking up?
See, we have been reporting since morning and showing the visuals of the FSL team that continues to move to and fro from here. And of course, that important enclosed site that is the most important site, the exact spot of the blast, which is being investigated right now. There is there is a big amount, there is a lot of security deployment over there. And the forensic team has now ascertained, as we were telling our viewers, that the link with the seizure that was made in Faridabad matches with the explosive, because since morning there have been, we've seen at least more than 10 times there have been movement of the FSL officials. There have been several officials from the top level to other levels. We've seen that the team continue to visit this spot and collect evidence, the samples in boxes, in sort of small suitcases, and even the NSG team was also brought in to collect some samples, and that we showed as well. Now, ammonium nitrate is something that was found in a huge amount in the seizures made from Faridabad. Now, ammonium nitrate is something that could be very, very highly powerfully explosive material when combined with fuel oil. And as per the preliminary information, the fuel oil was also used. There are certain substances that have been used that includes fuel oil and ammonium nitrate. There are some types of explosives like the IEDs or the way RDX is made. There are some of them where ammonium nitrate also becomes a part. So that's why this becomes very, very important to understand. We're talking about amount that goes into thousands of kilograms that has been seized by the agencies, by the police cells. And this blast that happened, and we showed throughout the day, we have been showing the chronology of events, the entire timeline, what happened in the raids, and then how this blast took place. And in point by point, we can just connect the dots and understand the whole the conspiracy of 10/11 that was carried out last evening. The forensic teams continue to, in fact, be present at the spot. They are still examining, and all throughout this entire radius, they are collecting samples from the road that we are standing on, and also, of course, that gate number 1 that is right now enclosed in that white tent, that is where all the top officials are present. They have collected evidences. Of course, evidence of DNA is also very, very important. The DNA evidence, the samples, the explosions, everything. Today we saw in the morning there were some parts of vehicles also that were still lying out here, right where I'm standing outside the Digambar Jain temple. So some of those vehicle parts were also picked up by the forensic team. Some metal parts were also lying all strewn all across the drains over here. They were also picked up, and the body parts also retrieved from the terrace of the Jain temple, and of course this area as well, which has been completely cordoned off. So the media can only give an overview from here across the barricades. So yes, the link of ammonium nitrate, that is a clincher, and we understand, Rhythm, that this investigation is only picking up pace, and as the Prime Minister has vowed that very soon we will know who's behind it, and it will though they will be giving a befitting reply. Home Minister has also said that the investigation details will also be made public very, very soon. The CISF, the CRPF, NIA, NSG, IB, all the agencies have been mobilized. So, the top officials, more than 500 of them.
Therefore, we are getting the complete picture. I also want to thank you for being with us and stay with us. Viewers, Republic has now accessed the full details of the complete conspiracy. We break it down for you part by part. The Srinagar police first arrested Adil, a key terror suspect, on 6th November in Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. After identifying him with the CCTV footage that is linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed posters that were displayed in Srinagar on 27th of October. Adil was arrested. A raid at GMC Anantnag led to the recovery of an AK-47 from Adil's locker. We access all details of the role of the 4 key conspirators. The investigations revealed Adil, a medical professional, was radicalized during his MBBS course and joined JEM, working to establish a key conspirator. Now, I also want to show you this complete conspiracy. This is the Jaish posters that were spotted on 27th of October in Srinagar. Adil's locker had an AK-47. It was traced this medical professional was radicalized during his MBBS course. He joined JEM and had a sleeper cell where he was working to establish this. The terror Dr. Adil was arrested in Saharanpur. There were raids at the Government Medical College on 6 November in Anantnag. And the terror module that was set up by Jaish was also uncovered. AK-47 was recovered from Adil's locker on 6 November. Then we go across to the other terror conspirator. On 10th of November, multiple anti-terror raids also took place across Kashmir. The terror module set up by Jaish operative Hashim in 2021 also involved Shahina and Muzammil. Suspects were arrested. Adil had been working in Saharanpur since 2024 November, while Muzammil had been in Faridabad for 4 years. Authorities now are on the trail of the 4 key suspects, including terror Dr. Umar. They've launched a major crackdown across Kashmir. I want to go across back to Rakshita. Rakshita, you gave us details of the FSL teams that continue to be at the near the Red Fort where the Delhi blast has taken place. I want to go across to the pictures we continue to show, Rakshita, and I want you to speak over them. Dr. Adil Ahmed Radar, terror suspect, and Dr. Muzammil. Police recovered, and we had our colleague Shambhavi at this place where he was staying, 360 kgs of ammonium nitrate. Abhishek Kapoor has just given us the breaking news. This has now been seen at the place where you're standing, where the samples of ammonium nitrate have been found. 91 live rounds, a pistol with cartridges was also found, and other bomb-making material was also found at Muzammil's rented accommodation in Faridabad. It's very clear that this link between the Faridabad module and Delhi blast has been established. Like Abhishek said, it's only a matter of time before Jaish's name is given out. Rakshita.
Right. In fact, this is the scale of the terror attack that we're in fact planning. That is even something that's a glaring proof of it, that this was just a hurried attack that they had carried out last moment after the crackdown. The amount of explosives that have been retrieved, that have been seized, and the rifles, the pistols from Beretta to the others, all of them, they were not leaving any stone unturned to carry out a major attack, and not just one attack. Perhaps these were series of attacks in different locations, perhaps only in Delhi or different other locations, because they had recceed. We have this network of doctors who have been pushing this terror plot from their handlers in Pakistan. The Jaish terror plot was being uncovered yesterday, and after the raids we saw this blast happens. Right behind me is the gate number 1, exit gate number 1 of the Lal Killa metro station, the Red Fort metro station. And yes, this starts from that conspiracy we have traced from 27th of October when the posters were put up in Srinagar. The posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed were put up in Srinagar, and Adil was clearly seen in that CCTV footage. And then he was arrested on the 6th of November in a raid at GMC Anantnag. GMC Anantnag is the same area, is the same hospital, a very high-profile hospital in Anantnag and also in Srinagar, where we see that the likes of Umar, the so-called Dr. Umar Nabi, has also worked. Umar has also worked in GMC Anantnag. So this is a very important center where these two terror accused are being were working, and AK-47 have been recovered. This was the first seizure that was made that unraveled this entire conspiracy, and this entire crackdown had in fact begun. And what we saw yesterday in Faridabad, that was shocking. That shook the entire nation. Like 2,900 kilograms in total that was seizures were made of the explosive material is shocking, and it's at the same time very, very threatening. It raises a big alarm. And so were these terrorists. They were also alarmed by what's happening, and they made these last-ditch efforts to whatever they carried, whatever they could manage in the last moment. This blast, of course, we have understood that it is ammonium nitrate was indeed used, but how was it used? That remains to be seen. The CCTV of that of Umar, of course, clearly shows that he was the one, suspectedly, he was the one who was driving the car, and he had fitted that into the car. That movement has been shown by Republic TV in the CCTV footage. Now, talking about this man called Muzammil, he was working in Faridabad for the last 4 years, and that is also shocking that he was just next to the national capital. He was working in NCR for the past 4 years. In his role under scanner, of course, he has been arrested. We will get you more inside details of this entire investigation. We will stand for a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. Our rolling coverage on this big terror crackdown continues. The conspiracy of 10/11. Everything pieced together on Republic TV. Don't go anywhere.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet.
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV, a devastating blast occurred near the Red Fort in Delhi on November 10, 2025, killing 9 people and injuring over 20. The explosion that took place around 6:55 p.m. in a slow-moving Hyundai i20 car at the Subhash Marg traffic signal near gate number 1 of the Lal Killa metro station. The blast was so intense it damaged nearby vehicles, shattered windows and caused debris to fly across the area. Authorities have sounded a high alert across the city. Security has been tightened at key public areas, including train stations, airports and metro services. Let's first tell you the exact spot of where the incident happened and how close it was to the Lal Killa.
We have a 10-part investigation coming up. Let's start with the map first up, ladies and gentlemen, of what happened last evening. Let's go straight to that. A chase that started at 7 in the morning and ended here at the Lal Killa. There was a video that came out where you can see people are interacting. There's an explosion that's heard that's in the background. You could see the Gauri Shankar temple. This is roughly about 100 meters from there. This was the blast site. You could see the blast from the background of this particular image. The car itself was parked. The car itself was parked here in the parking lot of the Red Fort, and then at the signal, a slow-moving car, barely 100.
Republic has now accessed the full details of the complete conspiracy. Let's break it down part by part. The Srinagar police arrested Adil, a key terror suspect, on 6 November in Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, after identifying him in CCTV footage that is linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed posters displayed in Srinagar on 27th of October. A raid at GMC Anantnag had led to the recovery of the AK-47 from Adil's locker. Investigations revealed Adil, a medical professional, was radicalized. During his MBBS course, he joined JEM, working to establish a sleeper cell in Faridabad. The terror module set up by Jaish operatives involved accomplices like Muzammil and Shahina, two people whose names you'll continuously hear today. Adil had then been working in Saharanpur since November 2024, while Muzammil had been in Faridabad for over 4 years. Authorities now on the trail of the other key suspects, including Umar, and have launched a major crackdown across Kashmir. We're now going to show you the Jaish posters that were spotted in Srinagar. That's when the entire conspiracy came to the forefront. This is how it all was revealed, first front. We're also going to now give you details about what really happened. On 27th October, the Jaish posters were spotted. The suspect, Adil, was caught in the CCTV footage. Then the terror Dr. Adil was arrested from Saharanpur. He then moved on 6 November. There were raids at Government Medical College in Anantnag, where he was. AK-47 was recovered from Adil's possession. This happened on 6th November. The complete conspiracy is being shown. On 10th November, multiple anti-terror raids took place across Kashmir. Suspects Muzammil and Shaheen were arrested, and the Faridabad module was busted in the morning. Let me now go across to Rakshita, who continues to join us. Rakshita, just a few minutes ago, our senior editor Abhishek Kapoor has given us the big news that we were talking about. Ammonium nitrate that has been found at the spot where you've been reporting from morning, from the spot where everything took place. The FSL is continuing to be there. Is ammonium nitrate that has also been recovered from Muzammil, the terror doctor's hideout, the terror den in Faridabad. It's very clear that these investigations are revealing radicalized professionals who were out to try and do a big terror thing across Delhi.
Yes, this was suspected to be ammonium nitrate. Now, the FSL report, the forensic report, has in fact ascertained and confirmed that this was indeed ammonium nitrate, the same ammonium nitrate chemical that was seized in a large quantity, in a huge quantity, in those raids that were carried out. So, a direct connection with the Faridabad model. Talking about this high-intensity blast that happened here near the Red Fort, right outside the Red Fort. Well, yes, this was as preliminary investigations also suggested that there were traces of ammonium nitrate, a key component in ANFO, that is ammonium nitrate fuel oil. And this is something that is very highly explosive. It's a combustible material, and it is something that releases a very, it quickly detonates, it quickly explodes. And that is why this was so dangerous, that in a second we saw that the car, of course, that was used for this blast, that was blown up. The cars next to them were blown up. There were so many people. The windows got shattered. The shops over here, the windows got shattered, and they all are shut for today because this area has been completely sealed only for media coverage. And of course, the security personnel have been today visiting the site continuously. We've seen a lot of, they've carried suitcases, they've carried those bags, also disposable bags in which they have carried samples from all across. In fact, this entire radius has been under the scanner. Every single, they have not left even a shred of evidence to risk. They have, in fact, picked up each and every evidence from this entire stretch, and of course that's completely sealed area right outside gate number 1, where the parking lot is and the blast actually took place. So yes, they've collected a huge amount of evidence, and now, as we were expecting, that in afternoon we will be getting the forensic lab details. And the big update that we got, courtesy Abhishek, is that the ammonium nitrate link has now been established, and Republic TV has been continuously showing Rhythm how the Faridabad module, there are links to this man and the Faridabad module that we trace back to Jammu Kashmir. Also, the raids continue in Faridabad at the Al-Falah University. The lab is also under scanner. The lab is also under lens. The lab within the university, were there explosives being made in that lab? That is also a big a big matter of investigation. So right from Faridabad to these doctors, this network of doctors that were emerging from Jammu and Kashmir, how they were functioning, that's all being investigated by these agencies, as more than 500 professionals are part of this mega operation to bust the conspiracy, to expose who is behind this nefarious plot that has claimed the life of at least 8 people. And what we understand via LNGP sources that at least 12 people have lost their lives.
Rakshita, stay with us, viewers. We're also going to go across to breaking news that's coming in. Dr. Adil, a terror suspect, had been living in Saharanpur since 2024 and worked at Vibras Hospital from 5th November 2024 to March 3rd, 2025 before joining famous Medicare in March 2025. Investigations reveal he was stockpiling ammunition with the main accused, Dr. Muzammil. A local councillor stated Dr. Adil would receive nighttime visitors and had rented a house in Sushan Gully, often walking to catch an auto. His activities have raised concerns, with authorities investigating his connections and movements. Let me go across to Gaurav, who's joining us live from Saharanpur. But before that, Saharanpur councillor has spoken. Let's listen in to what he said as the inside details of terror doctors linked to Saharanpur come out.
पहले तो भाई साहब आपके चैनल का बहुत माध्यम से आपकी जो है मेरे क्षेत्र में, मैं मानक मऊ वार्ड नंबर 31 का पार्षद हूँ। मेरे क्षेत्र में मुझे आज ही सुबह मालूम हुआ तो ऐसा कोई आतंकवादी कोई किराए पर रहता था। मेरी जानकारी के अनुसार जो मैंने जानकारी करी, रात में कोई उनके दौर आता जाता था, जो मैंने जानकारी करी वहाँ से। और मैंने कभी देखा नहीं, मैं दिन में मेरे 10 चक्कर होते थे उधर, नमाज ही पढ़ता था वहाँ से मैं, तो मैंने कभी उनको देखा ही नहीं वहाँ से इस तरह का आदमी।
अच्छा, क्या कुछ जानकारी मिल पाई आपको? परिवार के साथ रहते थे, अकेले रहते थे, क्या मकान उनका अपना था? उनका
मकान तो किराया, किसी नदीम नाम का मकान है वो, और उनका मकान अपना नहीं है, वो किराए पर रहते थे वहाँ से।
अच्छा, नदीम कहाँ का रहने वाले, जिनका मकान है? क्या
नदीम जो है कोई जाजवे का, पता नहीं इधर का ही बता रहे, कोई गाँव का रहने वाला था। मैं सुबह गया था वहाँ से पता करने के लिए। अच्छा, कुछ पत्रकार साथी आए थे, उनके साथ गया था।
अच्छा, जैसे कि आप बता रहे हैं रात को उनके पास कुछ लोग आते थे, आपको पता लगा है, ये आपको कहाँ से पता लगा है?
ये मैं सुबह जो वहाँ महल्ले में गया था, मैं केडम स्कूल वाली गली में जहाँ पर वो रहते थे, वहाँ मैंने जो जानकारी आज सुबह जाकर, मैं भाई ये कब से रह रहा है, कुछ ने बताया किराए पे 5-4 महीने से रह रहे थे, 6 महीने से।
अच्छा।
और मैंने कोई इनके पास आता जाता, कह रहे हाँ ऐसा आदमी रहता था यहाँ से, बाकी किसी से उनका कोई वो नहीं था। और कोई आदमी रात को कोई मोटरसाइकिल वगैरह उनको मिलने जुलने वाले के लिए किसी आती होगी, ये वहाँ से पता लगा है, जो महल्ले वालों ने बताया।
वैसे पार्षद जी एक बात बताएं आप, जैसे उन्होंने मकान लिया है ये रेंट पे, कोई ना कोई तो गारंटर होगा जिसने मकान दिलाया होगा?
तो गारंटर बिल्कुल होगा भाई, कैसे अपने कोई प्रॉपर्टी कैसे किराए पे दे देगा किसी को? मान लीजिए मेरा ऑफिस है।
आपकी नॉलेज में ऐसा कोई गारंटर आया है?
नहीं, मेरी नॉलेज में कोई नहीं आया।
I want to come across with our reporter Gaurav, who's also joining us now. Gaurav, बहुत clearly आदिल के जो लिंक्स थे वो आगे आ रहे हैं, जहां पे आप रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। क्या आप लोगों को पता चल रहा है, क्योंकि लोकल काउंसलर ने भी अब कहा है कि जो ये आदिल थे, इनको नाइट टाइम में विजिटर्स मिलते थे, ये घर में रहते थे, सुशान गली में रहते थे, और ये एक रिक्शा लेके घूमते थे। इनकी एक्टिविटीज़ पहले से भी सबकी नज़रों में आ रही थी, इनकी कनेक्शंस भी नज़रों में आ रही थी।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए जब हमने आदिल के बारे में उनके घर पहुंचे जहाँ पर वे किराए पर रहते थे, तो यहाँ के लोगों से पता लगा है कि आदिल रात के समय यहाँ इस मकान पर आता था। आप तस्वीरों में भी साफ साफ देख सकते हैं, इस मकान पर ताला लगा हुआ है, इस मकान पर आदिल रहता था। और रात के समय आदिल इस मकान पर आता था, और आने के बाद लोगों से किसी से कोई बातचीत नहीं करता था, लेकिन रात के समय उसके पास इधर उधर के लोगों का आना लगा रहता था, जो यहाँ के लोगों को मालूम नहीं है बिल्कुल भी। लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों का कहना है कि आदिल किसी से भी कोई मतलब नहीं रखता था, बिल्कुल भी सुनसान जगह आदिल रहता था। इससे पहले भी हमने आपको बताया है कि जो डॉक्टर साहब ने हमको कल ये बात बताई थी कि उन्होंने आदिल को अपने डॉक्टरों के साथ रहने के लिए अप्रोच भी किया था, लेकिन आदिल ने डॉक्टरों के साथ रहने के लिए मना कर दिया था। उनको एकांत वाला माहौल चाहिए था। तो आप तस्वीरों में भी साफ साफ देख सकते हैं, ये जो गली है ये बिल्कुल एकांत वाला माहौल है। इस गली में सड़कें भी नहीं बनी हुई है। दूसरी ओर देखा जाए तो ये गली बिल्कुल सुनसान पड़ी रहती है, जिसमें कि आदिल को बिना किसी दिक्कत के रहने आसानी हो रही थी। दूसरी बात ये भी है कि आदिल इस प्रकार की गली चाहता था जिससे कि उसे कोई भी परेशान ना कर सके।
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Gaurav. I'm also going to go across the breaking news that's now coming in. The first statement has come from Home Minister Amit Shah, and he's spoken out. He's also given details about what has happened. Home Minister Amit Shah has now spoken on the blast case and has stated, we have been instructed that every accused is going to be hunted down. Each and every culprit is going to be hunted down. The Home Minister Amit Shah's statement on the Delhi attack is now out. He says, everyone involved in this act will face the full wrath of our agencies. The breaking news now coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken out. He chaired review meetings on the Delhi car blast with the senior officials. The pictures on our screen. He said, we've instructed them to hunt down each and every culprit behind the incident. Everyone involved in this act will face the full wrath of our agencies. Home Minister Amit Shah has now stated, everyone involved in this act will face the full wrath of the agencies. Home Minister has been in a series of meetings since morning. We've also seen review meetings on the Delhi car blast case with senior officials being there. He's taking this review meeting with other agencies, and he has said that all the agencies have been given full instructions on the Delhi blast case to hunt down each and every culprit behind the incident. Home Minister Amit Shah right there in that review meeting with the senior officials where instructions have been given. He's also said that everyone who's involved in this act will face the full wrath of our agencies. We're now going to show you who's going to face the full wrath of our government. The Jammu and Kashmir Police's investigation, viewers, into the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror network spanned multiple states. It's now dismantled with 9 arrests, the recovery of over 2,900 kgs of explosives, bomb-making material, and 2 AK series weapons, beginning with something as ordinary as a few posters. Interrogation of the OGWs brought to the police to the Maulvi Irfan Ahmed, a cleric from Shopian. His questioning spread over nearly 3 weeks, unearthed the outlines of Jaish network operating across Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. We're going to get you the details of the 4 conspirators. Watch on.
Terror conspirators, ladies and gentlemen. We've mapped out these terror conspirators, each and every one of them who was involved in the Delhi blast that took place yesterday, the 10th of November. Conspirator 1, starting with Dr. Muzammil Shakil. Dr. Muzammil Shakil, his age not disclosed yet, but we will be able to get that for you in just a few minutes because we have the medical records of him. His role, he was part of the Jaish interstate and transnational terror module link. So he was a key link between the car bomber and the entire module. He was coordinating this module. And he's from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. That's where he hails from. His family also lives there. And his background, he's an MBBS doctor who worked at the Al-Falah University. This is terror conspirator number 1, terror doctor number 1, Muzammil Shakil. Let's go to the second conspirator. The second conspirator, we have the details of each one of them. The second conspirator is Dr. Adil Ahmad Rathar. His age not disclosed. His role, he was Dr. Muzammil's aide and he played a key role in the Jaish module. He was also arrested for putting up Jaish-e-Mohammed posters in some parts of Kashmir. And that's when he was actually arrested by the police. And he's reported to be from Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, but originally from Kashmir. And his background, he too is a doctor and worked in Srinagar, but was linked to Muzammil. Let's show you conspirator number 3, the terror conspirator number 3, the terror doctor. Look at their faces very clearly. This is Dr. Shaheen Shahid. Dr. Shaheen Shahid, age not disclosed. Her role, she's believed to be Dr. Muzammil's partner and was hired, allegedly, to head the Jaish-e-Mohammed women's wing. Masood Azhar, in the last few weeks, we here at Republic TV showed you about a plan of the Jaish-e-Mohammed to hire women cadre. She was part of that module. She was heading the Jaish women's wing. She was supposed to recruit women for India's Jaish women's wing. She's originally from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, was also working there. Her background, she too is a doctor, worked at the Al-Falah, had links to the Al-Falah, and was directly linked with Muzammil Sheikh, the killing. And finally, the fourth conspirator, the terror conspirator, believed to be the car bomber in this particular case. His name is Dr. Umar Nabi, terror Dr. Umar Nabi, age not disclosed. He is believed to be the man behind the wheel on the Hyundai i20, believed to be the Delhi suicide bomber from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. And Umar Nabi is also another doctor, worked at Al-Falah University.
Dr. Shaheen Shahid, the woman doctor arrested in connection with the Delhi Red Fort blast case, is accused of setting up Jaish-e-Mohammed's women wing in India. She was arrested from Lucknow, is linked to the terror module operating across Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. The terror Dr. Shaheen, a faculty member at Al-Falah University, was tasked with leading Jamaat-ul-Momin, the women's wing of JEM. Republic had spoken to her father. Here is what he said.
के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता है। हमारी बेटी ये हरकत नहीं कर सकती है। अब हमें ये नहीं पता, हमें एक आशा है कि मेरी बेटी ऐसी नहीं है। देखिए, मैं सबके सामने बता रहा हूँ, मेरी मुलाकात करीब 1.5 साल हुई है, भी नहीं हुई है। यहाँ पे 2 साल से नहीं आई हैं और 1.5 साल पहले तक की मेरी मुलाकात हुई है। 1 महीना।
अच्छा, क्या बात?
बाद में खैरियत लेता हूँ बेटा तुम खैरियत। हमें उसका नाम पूरा शाहीन सईद है। मुजम्मिल को मैं नहीं जानता हूँ। परवेज मेरा बेटा है। मेरे 3 बच्चे हैं। सबसे बड़ा मोहम्मद शुएब जो मेरे साथ रहता है। सेकंड जो है शाहीन, जो आप बता रहे हैं, ठीक। लेकिन मुझे यकीन नहीं, भाई यकीन नहीं हो रहा है जो बात है। थर्ड है डॉक्टर परवेज, वो इंटीग्रल में है। हाँ, वो तो लखनऊ में है भाई। अच्छा। कल संडे था। हाँ। मैं कल उससे बात नहीं कर पाया लड़के से अपने। क्यों का जवाब तो कोई नहीं जानता, मेरे वक्त ही नहीं मिला मुझे। हमने कहा कि मैं संडे बात करता हूँ उसको, उसका ऑफ होता है। अच्छा। कल मैंने फ़ोन नहीं किया, कल मैं उसमें एक इंगेजमेंट होता है उसमें मैं बिजी था और रात में 11:30 बजे आया हूँ। परवेज के साथ तो हम रहते हैं जाके वहाँ पे। अच्छा। मुत्तकीपुर में अभी एक सवाल कर ले तो मैं जवाब दे दूँ। हाँ, अभी परवेज से आए हुए हम जो हैं वहाँ पे मुस्तकिल 9 महीने रहा हूँ। ठीक। अभी मैं आया हूँ, करीब 3 महीने हुए हैं हमको। अब किसी 3 महीने हो जाएंगे। तो उसके बाद मैं नहीं गया हूँ। जब मैं कहता हूँ बेटा आ जाए, कहने पापा मैं अकेला रह रहा हूँ, क्या करें। तो हमने कहा चलो भाई ठीक है। फिर शादी हो गई है कि पत्नी कुछ वो चल रहा है। ठीक है। कुछ नहीं हम बराबर में रही है। एल्टो है। हैं? वो सहारनपुर की सेकंड हैंड गाड़ी उनके पास है। अच्छा। ठीक, सहारनपुर की। परवेजी तो लेंगे, और कौन लेगा भाई।
अच्छा, ये बताइए,
ये पूरी बात नहीं बता। परवेज के पास वो गाड़ी है भाई। देखिए, जो प्रोफेशन जिसका है, हम लोग अपने बच्चे ज़रूर हैं, थोड़ा रिजर्व भी रहते हैं। शाहीन की शादी हो गई है। हाँ, उनके पति जो हैं महाराष्ट्र के हैं। मेरे पास एड्रेस नहीं है।
अच्छा, वो आते नहीं थे?
नहीं आते जाते, मेरे ताल्लुकात ख़राब हो गए, जो बात है। अब जैसे अब मैं परवेज का भी यही सुन लीजिए। मैं अगर किसी बात से इनकार कर रहा हूँ तो आप बताइए। MD मेडिसिन है।
We're getting more breaking news on what really transpired. We're getting details from Zeenat, who's in Avantipura, who's en route now. Zeenat is giving us details of how the police has recovered material that is linked to the proscribed terrorist outfit, the Resistance Front, during a Naka checkpoint operation at Trajkal, Han Sahib crossing. The police has recovered material linked to the TRF during this, and recovered items have been found. I want to go across to Zeenat to give us the details of the material that has been linked to TRF that is seized at the Budgam checkpoint. Zeenat, over to you.
See, Rhythm, this is an operation that has come from the Budgam of central Kashmir, where there has been a crackdown on the TRF, which is a resistance front. You remember that during the Pahalgam attempt, they were the first one to claim the responsibility, and then later it was taken by the LET. Basically, TRF is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Today, the Budgam police was seen in action when during the Naka checking at the Khan Sahib crossing, they saw the two of the people who were making the suspicious movement, and when they were stopped, the recovery from the vehicle was TRF posters, some 10 in number, that has been taken into the custody. Meanwhile, the two individuals, one is Tariq and another is Imtiaz, both come from the Khag of Central Kashmir's Budgam, and also the police has registered a case in the concerned police station of Khan Sahib, and also the individuals have taken into the custody. The questioning is going on. That tells you the crackdown in the entire valley as far as to bust the terror rackets and the terror modules in the Kashmir valley.
Zeenat, for giving us those details, is the top focus we'll track. Viewers, the deadly explosion near the Delhi Red Fort last evening has shaken the city, claiming at least 12 lives, injuring over 20 others. Eyewitnesses have described the scene as horrific, with bodies that are scattered everywhere, underscoring the tragic human toll of the attack.
गाड़ी में बम था। किसकी गाड़ी में? कार में। तो आप लोग वहीं खड़े थे? आप वहीं थे? मैं उसके पीछे पीछे चल रहा था। कार के? तो कितने लोग सवार थे उस गाड़ी में, कुछ पता चला? वो 4-5 कई जने वैसे ही जल गए, आसपास में जो थे वो
एकदम से अचानक इतनी तेज धमाका हुआ कि मेरे लाइफ में कभी मैंने अपनी आवाज़ कभी नहीं सुना। धमाके के दहल पे मैं 3 बार गिरा हूँ।
फिर यहाँ पे साइड में हमने देखा इंसान का हाथ पड़ा हुआ, पूरा फटा हुआ। फिर आगे उस साइड देखा तो फेफड़ा पड़ा हुआ इंसान का।
The blast near Red Fort in the national capital has sent shockwaves rippling across the country. At least 9 people have been killed and over 20 injured in the tragic incident. Following the blast, several states, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, have been put on high alert. Some eyewitnesses said that the tremors felt like that of an earthquake, which shattered glass and debris littering the streets.
परमात्मा का लाख लाख शुक्र है जो कल संडे नहीं था, सोमवार था, और सोमवार को थोड़ा भीड़ कम रहता है। और मेरे गाड़ी के आगे में बिल्कुल कार खड़ी थी, वो जब कार ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके चिथड़े उड़ गए। हमारे पैर के नीचे हम काम कर रहे हैं, पैर का जो है वो पत्ता तक उड़ गया। और इस हादसा में हम बच कैसे गए, कार का बॉडी आके मेरे को सीधा यहाँ लगा। हम एक बार तो गिर गए, फिर होश में खड़ा हुए, फिर उधर से प्रशासन आए, बोला भागो भागो, भगदड़ मच गई। हम कोई सामान भी नहीं पाए, गला में जो 200-400 का सेल था, जो भी था दिन भर का उसी में था। दवाई दिन में लेके आए थे बुखार का, वो भी था, सारा सामान उसी में था। हम कुछ नहीं ले पाए, 2-4 हज़ार का जो भी संपत्ति था हम वहीं पे हम कुछ ले नहीं पाए, हम बेसोह हो गए। और बस मैं इतना ही देखा कि मेरे गाड़ी के आगे में 2 घायल व्यक्ति तड़प रहा था, तो मैं उसको कैसे संभालता, मैं भी तो जख्मी हो गया था, मैं उसको संभाल नहीं पाया।
मुझे सिर्फ आवाज़ें सुनाई दी हैं, बहुत तेज़ आवाज़ें थी, और उसके बाद हमें समझ में नहीं आया क्या हुआ नहीं हुआ।
कितने साल से आप वहाँ पे दुकान?
मैं वो तकरीबन 15 साल से हैं जी।
कभी ऐसी तस्वीरें देखी?
नहीं जी, नहीं, कभी नहीं, कभी नहीं, ऐसा कभी हुआ ही नहीं कुछ भी वहाँ पे। आज पहली बार हुई है कल।
Police have cordoned off the area and are examining the CCTV footage. Sources have now stated that the Delhi blast was in fact a suicide attack. Sources from Delhi Police's initial investigation suggest that the blast could be a Fidayeen attack. The probe indicates the suspect's motive. He planned the suicide attack as soon as he learned that the Faridabad terror module had been busted. All relevant agencies are working on all angles to determine the motive behind the blast.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
India is all set to conduct a large-scale tri-services military exercise named Exercise Trishul along the western border near the disputed Sir Creek area. This exercise will involve the Army, Navy and Air Force and is being called unprecedented in both scale and operational complexity. Satellite images analyzed by defense experts show that the airspace reserved for the exercise will extend up to 28,000 feet. This is unusual for a routine military drill and indicates the serious
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In a shocking turn of events over the South China Sea, 2 US Navy planes crashed into the ocean during what should have been normal training on the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. The near simultaneous losses involved an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter and an F-18F Super Hornet. Both aircraft operate with highly integrated avionics that depend on accurate satellite navigation, data link connectivity to the carrier, and redundant onboard sensors during launch, recovery, and maritime patrol. In the South China Sea, China
Our top focus, 10th November, joint team of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Haryana authorities have now busted a major Jaish-e-Mohammed module in Faridabad's Dhoj village, seizing 360 kilograms of explosives and over 2,900 kgs of IED materials. Among the 8 arrested were 3 doctors who led investigators to expose a network radicalizing educated professionals. The probe, which began with JEM posters in Srinagar, spanned multiple states.
On the 10th of November, the joint teams from Jammu and Kashmir Police and Haryana authorities stormed a rented accommodation in Dhoj village, shattering an interstate and transnational terror module linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. What they uncovered was alarming. Approximately 360 kgs of explosives, alongside assault rifles, automatic pistols, live cartridges, electronic timers, remote detonators, and multiple suspicious bags.
It is very clear from the information that we have gotten is in one of these houses, Mohammed rented one of these houses just 3 months ago, and he started collecting material, the material that has now been recovered, which is more than 300 kilograms of inflammable powder. And we also got to know that earlier it was suspected that it was RDX, but then later it was clarified that there were 4 separate bags, and those 4 separate bags have 4 different inflammable powder. It was also told that there was a chemical liquid, explosive liquid, which was also recovered from here, around 5 liters of it.
Sources reveal the total haul across related searches exceeded 2,900 kgs of IED making materials.
कल जो है रेड्स की गई और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 केजी के आसपास इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है। मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि इट इज़ नॉट RDX। इसके अलावा कई और ऐसा सामान जो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनका संभावित इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, जैसे टाइमर्स, लगभग 20 टाइमर्स विद बैटरीज 4, और इसके अलावा कुछ अन्य सामान है जो है यहाँ बरामद किया गया है। साथ साथ ही जो है जो फायर आर्म्स में एक कैरन कॉप राइफल with 3 magazines and 83 live rounds, एक पिस्टल with 8 live rounds, 2 empty cartridges और 2 additional magazines है जो इनसे जो है रिकवरी की गई है।
What was uncovered throughout the day was a white-collar ecosystem radicalizing professionals and students.
It's a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles, and we'll also show you the house completely because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house, and you can see that in some part, I think that you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilograms of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered.
At the residence rented by Dr. Muzammil Shakil, a 35-year-old physician from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir who worked as a faculty member at Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad. The probe traces back to late October, when the Jammu and Kashmir police investigated provocative Jaish-e-Mohammed posters on Srinagar's fringes. Interrogations led to a web spanning Kashmir, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and beyond. By the 10th of November, 8 arrests, including 3 doctors, had dismantled the core. Dr. Muzammil Shakil, Dr. Adil Ahmed Rader, Dr. Shaheen. The operation that was conducted on the basis of a tip-off over the last 13 days is one of India's largest terror hauls. And hours after Republic's deep dive into the Faridabad terror plot, a terror attack in the heart of Delhi has exposed clear links. 10-11. This is India's biggest fight back against terror.
A sweeping counter-terrorism operation across 3 Indian states was unearthed, a massive cache of explosives and also weaponry linked to the network of radicalized professionals with ties to banned terrorist groups Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwat-ul-Hind. Authorities are investigating whether laboratory facilities at Al-Falah University were utilized or intended for synthesizing advanced explosives like RDX. Faridabad Police Commissioner Satyendra Kumar Gupta confirmed a major terrorist network had been disrupted. Also, a major link that has now emerged in the deadly blast that took place near the Red Fort on Monday evening. According to the police sources, it's been confirmed. Terror Dr. Umar Nabi, a resident of Koil in Pulwama, was the driver of the vehicle involved in yesterday's deadly blast near Red Fort Metro Station. We look at these details about what we know about him.
Following the horrific blast that happened near the Red Fort, it has been revealed that Dr. Umar Nabi, the driver of the I-20 car, was behind the suicide bomb blast. Dr. Nabi, who had been absconding for many days as part of a suspected terror module linked to Faridabad, is believed to have died in the explosion. After examining the CCTV footage along the route to Red Fort, Dr. Nabi is seen driving the vehicle moments before the detonation yesterday. Meanwhile, a DNA test is underway on the recovered body to confirm the identity. The family of Umar Nabi have also been questioned in the case, and his mother has been taken for the DNA sampling as well.
आखिरी बार कब उनसे बात हुई थी और क्या कुछ बात हुई थी? क्या कहा था आपने उनसे और उन्होंने क्या कहा था आपसे?
कुछ भी नहीं, जुम्मे के दिन हमने बात की, बस बोला घर आ जाओ।
तो कुछ यहाँ पर बातचीत हुई थी, पुलिस आपके पास आई थी, उन्होंने कुछ कहा आपका?
भाइयों को लेकर चले गए, बस बोलो कुछ पूछताछ करनी है, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं।
तो ये डॉक्टर उमर है, ये क्या काम करते थे और वो ये कब कश्मीर से बाहर चले गए थे?
वो वहाँ जॉब करता था, एज ए प्रोफेसर वहाँ पढ़ाता था।
तो इन्होंने क्या कहा था वापस लौटने का? कब ये वापस लौट आएंगे?
हाँ आते थे ना, बीच बीच में घर आते थे, घर कौन नहीं आना चाहेगा। लेकिन आधा घंटा या दिन भर रहते थे बस, फिर चले जाते थे।
कोई खास बातचीत लास्ट टाइम जब आपसे बातचीत हुई, कुछ कहा उनको? आपको लगा कुछ ये कुछ नेगेटिव बात कर रहे हैं या कुछ?
वो अच्छे से फ्रैंकली बात कर रहा था, गारंटी के साथ कह सकते हैं। मैंने उसके साथ बात की, जुम्मे की, बेफिक्र होकर बात कर रहा था। उसने कहा कि मुझे एग्जाम है लाइब्रेरी में, मैं वहाँ पढ़ता हूँ, बस मुझे तंग मत करना।
तो कोई इनका टाइमिंग था, पीरियड था, कभी कश्मीर आते हैं, अपने घर आते हैं या कभी भी अचानक से आ जाते थे?
आते थे, बोलते थे मैं आऊँगा, बच्चों की याद आती थी, उस वजह से वो आते थे।
तो कल जो पुलिस यहाँ पे आई, पुलिस ने क्या कुछ कहा आपको?
Dr. Umar Nabi completed his MBBS from the Government Medical College, Srinagar. He worked as a senior resident doctor at GMC Anantnag before moving to Delhi, while at present he was working as an assistant professor and a doctor at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Sources reveal that he purchased a vehicle last month in Amar's name, and the payment was made by the doctor himself. As the case moves forward, Delhi police is investigating if there are any further links emerging in the blast.
Footage from a CCTV camera and a mobile phone recording from Chandni Chowk show the moment panic gripped near the area near the Red Fort when the slow-moving Hyundai i20 exploded at a traffic stop. Hours after the incident, news surfaced that one of the owners of the Hyundai i20 is from Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. The original owner of the vehicle with the number plate HR26CE7674. Car owner who's now been arrested, his name is Salman. He also told the police he had sold the car to a man called Tariq who hails from Pulwama. It remains uncertain whether Tariq then resold the car to someone else.
Let's go back to what happened yesterday. All the action began at 7:40 a.m. at the Falah University, the Al-Falah University. And here at Republic TV, a little after 8:30, we broke the pictures of the raids on Faridabad. We broke that there was a terror module busted at Faridabad. At that point, when the raids were being conducted at the Al-Falah University, Umar Nabi, the terror doctor, the car bomber, leaves in his car. He scampers, he panics, he leaves in his car, he takes this route, he takes the highway, and in the highway he passes the Badarpur toll booth. 7:40 he leaves from the Al-Falah University. At 8:04 CCTV catches him crossing the Badarpur toll booth. That's 8:04 a.m. yesterday, almost 10 hours before the blast. And then at 8:20 his car, the i20, passes the Okhla industrial area. So he passes phase 3 Okhla and then he proceeds. Now what happens between 8:20 and 3 p.m. is still being pieced. But what pictures show you is that after 8:20, he was next spotted at 3:19 p.m. parking his car at the Red Fort parking lot. He's seen entering the parking lot, and at 6:40, around 6:40, not 6 but 6:48 we are told, there is a video of him leaving the parking lot, and you can see that he has his face covered. That's Umar, the man behind the wheel, the car bomber in Delhi, and he's seen leaving the Red Fort parking area roughly around 6:48 p.m. So we've pieced together his entire journey and why he panicked. Why he panicked? Because we have to go across to Soumya as well. He panicked because Our agencies were at the Al-Falah University when the raids happened. He scampered, he escaped from Al-Falah University and went and carried out the blast, maybe as part of the plan or because he panicked.
We're also getting details of how the Home Minister has instructed the officials to hunt down every culprit. We showed you the clues and the Hindway I-20 and how it surfaced in several CCTV cameras since morning, viewers. The clues were clear. It came from Badarpur to Delhi at 8:13 a.m. in the morning, and then the final moment of that blast at around 6:55 p.m. yesterday. The car owner who has now been arrested is from Pulwama, who also the person to whom the car was sold is also from Pulwama. Now we're also going to try and give you more details about what really happened. I'm going to first go across to Shamvi. Shamvi, you reported from the terror den at Dr. Muzammil's place where he was staying in Faridabad, where a total of 360 kilograms of explosives had been found. We then showed with Abhishek that the same thing had been seen in the blast. Also at Badarpur, where you've been reporting from, that's the first place from where the Hyundai I-20 came into Delhi. What details are you picking up?
Well, we are tracking the route once the I-20 crossed and entered into Delhi at around 8:19 a.m. Monday morning, and then it took the route which goes towards Delhi and the outer ring road. So this outer ring road which surrounds a major part of the Delhi, if you take that road, we are still on that road, reporting live from here. This will now lead you to the new Okhla Industrial Development Area, and from there where it's reached at this place at 8:19 a.m. on Monday morning. And for several hours after the car was here, after the car moved from here, passed through from here, the whereabouts of the I-20 is still a matter of investigation, because for several hours between 8:19 a.m. to 3:29 p.m. That is when the I-20 was parked in the parking lot adjacent to the Red Fort, where it was stationary for 3 hours. So in between, for several hours, the whereabouts of the car is still not known. But after 3:19 p.m., when the car reached the parking lot, it was stationary there for 3 hours. Usually the metro station, the Red Fort metro station, gate number 1 outside, it opens to a pretty busy road, and cars are mostly parked right outside it, right just outside gate number 4 and gate number 1. And after being stationed there for 3 hours, that is when we know that at 6:48 p.m., 3 hours after being stationary at the parking lot, the car slowly, in very slow movement, slow pace, started moving towards the red light, and at 6:52 exactly, the blast took place.
All right, I also now, viewers, Shambhi, stay on with us, also want to show you the timeline of the Delhi blast. The Hyundai I-20 car involved in the deadly blast near Delhi's Red Fort was tracked entering the city where Shambhi is from via the Badarpur toll booth at around 8:04 a.m. The vehicle was then later spotted at a petrol pump near Okhla Industrial Area. This happened, like we're showing you the visuals, at 8:20 a.m. This is when the car then entered the parking area near Red Fort at 3:19 a.m. And this masked man was sitting in the car. It then left the parking area around 6 p.m. shortly before the explosion occurred at approximately 6:55 p.m., killing at least 12 people, injuring over 20. We're also going to now show you what's been happening. This is exactly what we're trying to link and show you, viewers, tracing the exact timeline of this car. First, the Al-Falah University, 7:40 a.m. The car left. It went across to the Badarpur border at 8:04 a.m. The vehicle was then spotted at 8:20 a.m. at the Okhla Industrial Area. The car then entered the parking area around 6 p.m. near the Red Fort, and then the explosion occurred at around 6:40 p.m. 6:40 p.m., he was seen leaving the parking area, and the explosion occurred at approximately 6:55 p.m. Viewers, we've just shown you the route of the suicide bomber. We're also now coming up with a special show on the 10/11 blast that has rocked Delhi. We're also going to give you details of the terror module and how it was done, not only in Delhi, but also the raids that are now going on in Pulwama, in Secunderabad, in other places around India. And we're also going to get you all that in that special show that's coming up. Don't go anywhere as we give you piece to piece on the conspiracy behind the Delhi blast.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals.
मैं यहाँ बहुत भारी मन से आया हूँ। कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूं। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां इस षड्यंत्र की तह तक जाएगी। इसके पीछे के षड्यंत्रकारियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। All those responsible will be brought to justice.
I extend my heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their lives in the tragic incident that occurred in Delhi yesterday. I pray to God to grant strength and solace to the bereaved families in this hour of deep grief. From this platform, I wish to assure my citizens that the country's leading investigative agencies are conducting a swift and thorough inquiry into the incident. The findings of the investigation will soon be made public. I want to formally assure the nation that those responsible for this tragedy will be brought to the justice and will not be spared under any circumstances.
मैं यहाँ बहुत भारी मन से आया हूँ। कल शाम दिल्ली में हुई भयावह घटना ने सभी के मन को व्यथित कर दिया है। मैं पीड़ित परिवारों का दुख समझता हूँ। आज पूरा देश उनके साथ खड़ा है। मैं कल रात भर इस घटना की जांच में जुटी सभी एजेंसियों के साथ, सभी महत्वपूर्ण लोगों के साथ संपर्क में था, विचार विमर्श चलता था, जानकारियों के तार जोड़े जा रहे थे। हमारी एजेंसियां
And we're getting in some more breaking news updates and inputs on the 10/11 conspiracy. One of the locations which is being looked at very closely is where the I-20, the white Hyundai seen in the blast, the car used in the blast was parked at the Badarpur toll booth somewhere on the highway. And yesterday, 7:40 is when the raids began at the Al-Falah University. And immediately the terror doctor Umar Nabi, believed to be the car bomber, leaves from the university, Al-Falah University, and the first place where he is spotted is at 8:04 a.m. at the Badarpur toll booth, where I have my colleague Shambhavi joining us live right now. Let me go across straight. At 8:04 a.m. at the Badarpur toll booth, and then next spotted at the Okla industrial area at 8:20. 8:20 spotted at Okla. Then the next time the white car is captured on camera and provides more clues to us is at 3:19 p.m. when the car is seen entering the parking lot, and at 6:40, the exact time is 6:48, we'll change this, it's not around 6 but 6:48 p.m. the car is seen exiting the Red Fort parking area. Shambhavi is joining me live right now. Shambhavi, the clues are in the car. The clues are in the car, and the car was spotted in CCTV at the Red Fort parking lot. But what happened between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m.? Where was this terror doctor Umar Nabi, who's believed to be the car bomber? Where was he in those hours?
Right, around 200 police personnel together with all the help that they could get from the UP ATS, from the Faridabad police, from Jammu and Kashmir police. They have analyzed around 60 CCTV footages, a team of more than 200 people, and the investigators have mapped out the 11-hour journey. So starting even before Badarpur toll booth, the car Hyundai i20 was seen outside the Asian hospital. We are actually outside the Asian hospital right now, and there is a CCTV camera, and with the location, it can be said that the footage from which the investigators got to know that I-20 passed from this route and went to the Badarpur toll booth. This could be the camera whose footage the investigators are considering, and the journey started from here, right here in Faridabad at 7:30 and reached to Badarpur toll plaza at around 8:19. From there, just few minutes later, the Okla industrial area, there is a petrol pump there. Republic will trace the complete 11-hour journey for you, and will show you what are the places that the Hyundai i20
I've already taken this. Yeah. Shambhavi, why don't you tell us about the route? Shambhavi, we lost your audio there for a second, but we have the route in front of us. If you can take us, I'll play the graphics out of the route map. Can you tell our viewers where the car came from, where the car went, right? And who was in that car from 7 o'clock? There are reports, and we are hearing that it was a panic reaction that he fled from Al-Falah University and carried out the blast. After the raids, of course.
Right. This Dr. Terror, he has been absconding since it's been a long time, and it is being said that this Umar person was supposedly inside the car, and the car was just on this road itself. We'll show you, right outside the Asian hospital. The car must have taken this route towards the Badarpur plaza and reached the Badarpur toll plaza at around 8:20. It left from there, and within a few minutes it reached to a petrol pump near the Okla Vihar industrial area. And next from there it reached Delhi around 3:19 p.m. The I-20 entered the parking lot around 3:19 p.m. and it was stationary there for more than 3 hours. Now the time stamp is also very important. The investigators are considering because mostly because of the location that is outside the Red Fort gate number 1. The location is usually, it opens to a very busy road because just few meters away there's Chandni Chowk market entrance, and this has been the same entrance for years now. And the cars are usually stationary there, parked right outside the gate number 1. So this car itself was also parked in the parking lot, and it moved out from there at around 6:48 and was slowly moving towards the red light just around 200-250 meters away. And moments later, just a few minutes later, at 6:52, there was a loud blast from the Hyundai i10. And which again resulted into several cars which were near it catching on fire.
We have some breaking news coming in now. I'm going across straight to that because we have information that more explosives have been found. And that is the breaking news update now coming in. In Faridabad, where the terror conspirators were operating from. Let's go to the breaking news update. There are new pictures coming in of more explosives that have been recovered from Faridabad in Haryana. Faridabad in Haryana is where the terror conspirators operated from. All of them, or mostly all of them, were operating at the Al-Falah universities. They pretended to be doctors. These terror doctors, look at that, live pictures of the latest recovery from Faridabad. Shawan reporting details of how 50 to 60 kilograms of explosives have been recovered. This is Sector 56. As per some reports, Faridabad police has reportedly detained 7 people from Al-Falah. 7 people from the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, Haryana have been detained. And outside of that, more details of the recovery. 50 to 60 kilograms of explosives that were seized. You can see that they were in gunny bags and in trays there. The police have gathered more evidence. We don't have the exact more explosives recovered. More explosives recovered by the police.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 24 hours, Shawan was in the studio last night when the blast happened. Initially, we were told it was an explosion inside a car, but what has happened in the last 23 hours, to be precise, has shocked each one of us. And on Republic today, Shawan, me, Abhishek Kapoor and Ridhamanand Bharadwaj, we are getting you the full story of the 10/11 conspiracy. What really happened in Delhi, the full investigation. Shawan, if you'd like to tell our viewers how we've pieced together the entire conspiracy of Pakistan.
Well, in fact, this is not an isolated case. What has essentially emerged in the last 24 hours is a larger conspiracy that has been hatched. While many would be a little silent on the so-called Jaish link, tonight what we are essentially piecing together is the whole network. How exactly was the conspiracy hatched? Who were really behind it? And what exactly is this network? How is it very different than what we have seen in the past, Abhishek?
Shawan, it's different from the past in the sense that you are dealing with highly radicalized white-collar terrorists. The fact that 4 of them are doctors, the fact that they come from middle-class backgrounds, the fact that there is no terror history, not just of these 4 people, but their families, and I checked that, which means that Jaish now, and I have, and we will unravel that conspiracy aspect of how it goes right up to Jaish-e-Mohammed and of course then the Pakistani deep state, Niranjan. Yes. I think we have a lot of content over the next 2 hours and people should be staying glued to Republic TV for the next 2 hours that we bring all those details, the complete conspiracy unraveling.
Absolutely, and as we're going to go across with Niranjan, Shawan, Abhishek and me, we're going to first give you angle 1. That is the 10/11 Delhi terror attacks case to one of the worst explosions that took place. We're going to give you the first angle that's happened there. The new details emerge from the crime scene. The focus of the investigation is on the 4 people suspected of having hatched the conspiracy. The 4 individuals, the main 4 conspirators in the blast, these are the doctors of terror. We show you the faces of terror.
As the national capital reels from the horrific blast that sent ripples of shockwaves throughout the country. Investigators have uncovered a network that is as shocking as it is sinister. The FSL team is now conducting. The men and women behind the plot weren't from dark alleys of terror. They came from the corridors of education and medicine. White coats, medical degrees, but a radicalized mindset. Leading the network, Dr. Muzammil Shakil, a Pulwama-based MBBS doctor turned Jaish-e-Mohammed operative. Once a lecturer at Al-Falah University in Faridabad, he was the intellectual and operational bridge between the interstate and transnational arms of Jaish and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. Investigators say Muzammil used his academic cover to recruit and radicalize. His associate, Dr. Adil Ahmed, rather originally from Kashmir, was arrested earlier for pasting posters and supporting Jaish-e-Mohammed in Saharanpur. A doctor by profession, Adil's radical shift mirrors Muzammil's. Educated, skilled, but ideologically compromised. Among those named is also Dr. Shaheen Shahid, a woman doctor from UP's Lucknow. Investigators believed she played a key role in the logistics chain and was hired to head JEM Women's Wing and was sheltering operatives and helping move funds under the cover of medical duty. And the man believed to have taken the mission to its deadly end. Dr. Umar Nabi, also from Pulwama. Once a promising medical mind, now the suspected suicide bomber behind the Red Fort explosion. As his family in Pulwama mourns, investigators trace the radical network.
आखिरी बार कब उनसे बात हुई थी और क्या कुछ बात हुई थी, क्या कहा था आपने उनसे और उन्होंने क्या कहा था आपसे?
कुछ भी नहीं। जुम्मे के दिन हमने बात की, बस बोला घर आ जाओ।
तो कुछ यहाँ पर बातचीत हुई थी, पुलिस आपके पास आई थी, उन्होंने कुछ कहा आपका?
भाइयों को लेकर चले गए, बस बोला कुछ पूछताछ करनी है, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं।
तो ये डॉक्टर उमर है, ये क्या काम करते थे और वो ये कब कश्मीर से बाहर चले गए थे?
वो जॉब करता था। एज अ प्रोफेसर वहाँ पढ़ाता था।
तो इन्होंने क्या कहा था वापस लौटने का, कभी वापस लौट आएंगे?
हाँ आते थे ना, बीच बीच में घर आते थे। घर कौन नहीं आना चाहेगा? आता था बीच बीच में, लेकिन आधा घंटा या दिन भर रहते थे बस, फिर चले जाते थे।
The probe now centers on how Al-Falah University and its medical institutions became the breeding grounds for radical recruitment. A facade of education, masking a network that reached deep into Kashmir, Haryana, and the capital. Four doctors, bound not by an oath to save lives, but an allegiance to hate. The white coats may have fallen, but the terror trail they have left behind is being exposed layer by layer.
All right, also now we're going to give you more details about what really happened and also how these four conspirators were working. Shawan, I actually wanted to ask you on this coming across to you. This was a terror ecosystem. We are seeing radicalized professionals, doctors coming in, moving in Faridabad, in UP, in Haryana, and also, of course, in Pulwama. Give us the main four conspirators. What are the explosives that were found with them and what details do you have?
Well, in fact, what we're essentially going to do is take you through the four key characters here, why they are different and why it is a huge cause of concern. Let me first begin by telling you, all four that you see on the screens right now, these are white-collar professionals who do not have any background per se, in the sense they have no criminal record. In fact, every piece of detail that we have basically perused over the last few hours, looking into every documentation of each of these individuals, Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who's from, as Niranjan is going to take you through, and the others, none of them seem to have any adverse record.
Shawan, starting with Muzammil. Muzammil seems to be the key link in the entire conspiracy because he was the glue for the entire module. A Jaish interstate and a transnational terror module link for the module that targeted Delhi specifically, that was operating out of Delhi NCR. He was from Pulwama, Kashmir, just like in the case of Umar Nabi, the car bomber. He is from the exact area. Believe it or not, he's neighbors with Umar Nabi. But the families claim they don't know each other. How is that even possible? That is why today you're having a lot of arrests also being made from Pulwama. Not just that, very similar background. Muzammil and Umar Nabi are almost like brothers because they're not just from Pulwama. Both had a stint at GMC Anantnag and both were at Al-Falah University as professor/assistant professor. Very, very close. So obviously working together. Let's go to the next conspirator. Shawan.
Well, next is Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathar. Now, his age hasn't been disclosed, but we presume that it would be anything between 30s to 40s is what we have, the assessment that we have got. Now, what is his role? He happens to be a close aide of Muzammil. He was arrested putting JM posters. In fact, this all started with one officer, the SSP of Srinagar, who essentially spotted that Jaish posters were being put across. It could have been set aside because these are anonymous posters. It was a high-level inquiry that was basically ordered, leading to the identification of this man. This man was actually in Uttar Pradesh, in Saharanpur, but later turned out to be in Jammu and Kashmir plastering those posters. And that's how it all started. From Saharanpur, he was arrested.
This is a very interesting person, Shawan. And the reason I'm saying is, one of the most critical links in this entire module, we did a little bit of study on Shaheen Saeed. Her name is Shaheen Saeed. She's not a normal, ordinary doctor. She's extremely dangerous, extremely critical to this entire module because she is from Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. She's had a stint in Al-Falah in the past in 2021. She's worked in Saudi Arabia. She was endorsed by doctors sitting in Bahawalpur in POK. She had links with doctors in Pakistan who have worked with the Pakistan Air Force, Pakistan Army, and these are details we'll uncover in the next few days. But she was hired by the Jaish-e-Mohammed to run the Jaish women's wing in India, Shravan. So
well, in fact, just a quick point before we go to the fourth conspirator, and the reason why Niranjan is saying that why this is dangerous, because in the month of October, it was here on Republic TV, we had put out the audio tape of Masood Azhar. It turns out that he was basically coming up with a women's brigade. Largely, what we saw was a change in the tact itself. Women's brigade run by Masood Azhar's sister. And here comes the link, which we'll uncover in a short while from now. Let's move to the other one. Dr. Omar Nabi. It turns out that he's suspected to be the Delhi suicide bomber. He's from Pulwama. The background, once again, similar to the first three. Doctor, worked at Al-Falah University. In fact, Niranjan, what I picked up, and perhaps here Abhishek can also basically come in. This is basically Dr. Omar, who actually got to know that this Faridabad module, Abhishek, was actually busted by the police. That's when we are given to understand that in a hurried manner that he's actually moved across and carried out this attack. So it seems that they had a different plan altogether, but this was done in a hurried manner, realizing that on Monday morning, the entire module was actually busted by the Faridabad police.
Well, yes, so since you have already introduced the faces of terror, Shravan, let me just piece together. So Adil, you said, what's his age? He's 1994 born, which means he's 31 years old. And that's Umar was 1989 born, so 35 years old, in their 30s typically. Now, if you look at it, Adil is the first one to get radicalized while he's still doing his MBBS. And that's in 2021. And then he is tasked with setting up a Jaish sleeper cell, which he gets going. And that's when he decides that he cannot do that in Kashmir, maybe because that was the task that's going to unravel. He comes to Saharanpur last year in the month of November. That's where he sets shop effectively as a consultant general physician with 2 hospitals. And that's how he gets in. And then he taps his old connections in Anantnag, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Umar, both from Anantnag. And the sleeper cell is set at Al-Falah. They all come to Al-Falah. Al-Falah becomes a front or a face. And then they carry out this design of gathering all the material so that whenever they get the go-ahead, they carry out a blast. Now, when these Jaish-e-Mohammed posters come on October 27, I'm just briefly finishing it off, yes. And police gets cracking. CCTV footage leads to Adil in Saharanpur, and he's picked up on November 6, and his questioning leads to his locker. Imagine, a doctor's locker, AK-47 found from it in Anantnag. And then, of course, Muzammil and Shaheen are arrested, and the swoop down happens, 3 tons worth of war stores found. Now, Umar gives a slip in the morning, realizing that it's the end game. He manages whatever he can, pulls out of the war stores, takes that ammo. Possibly it was ready or readies it. Maybe he readies it right there in the parking lot. Yeah. And that's when the suicide bombing happens in the evening. That's how it pans out, really.
And that's how it actually happened also, Abhishek. In fact, 10th November, the joint teams of Jammu and Kashmir police, the Haryana authorities busted the major Jaish-e-Mohammed plot module in Faridabad's Dhauj village. They seized 360 kilograms of explosives, over 2,900 kilograms of ID materials among the 8 arrested. But these 3 doctors that Shravan was just explaining to us about, this exposes the terror network, the white-collar ecosystem of these terrorist-educated professionals. The probe, which began with JEM posters in Srinagar, spanned multiple states. Take a look.
On the 10th of November, the joint teams from Jammu and Kashmir Police and Haryana authorities stormed a rented accommodation in Dhauj village, shattering an interstate and transnational terror module linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. What they uncovered was alarming. Approximately 360 kgs of explosives alongside assault rifles, automatic pistols, live cartridges, electronic timers, remote detonators, and multiple suspicious bags.
It is very clear from the information that we have gotten is in one of these houses, Mohammed rented one of these houses just 3 months ago, and he started collecting material, the material that has now been recovered, which is more than 300 kilograms of inflammable powder. And we also got to know that earlier it was suspected that it was RDX, but then later it was clarified that there were 4 separate bags, and those 4 separate bags have 4 different inflammable powder. It was also told that there was a chemical liquid, explosive liquid, which was also recovered from here, around 5 liters of it.
Sources reveal the total haul across related searches exceeded 2,900 kgs of IED making materials.
कल जो है रेड्स की गई और जिसमें रेड्स के दौरान यहाँ पे लगभग 360 केजी के आसपास इन्फ्लेमेबल मटेरियल है जो कि संभावित अमोनियम नाइट्रेट है। मैं क्लियर करना चाहूँगा कि इट इज़ नॉट RDX। इसके अलावा कई और ऐसा सामान जो टेरर एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनका संभावित इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, जैसे टाइमर्स, लगभग 20 टाइमर्स विद बैटरीज 4, और इसके अलावा कुछ अन्य सामान है जो है यहाँ बरामद किया गया है। साथ साथ ही जो है जो फायर आर्म्स में एक कैरन कॉप राइफल with 3 magazines and 83 live rounds, एक पिस्टल with 8 live rounds, 2 empty cartridges और 2 additional magazines है जो इनसे जो है रिकवरी की गई है।
What was uncovered throughout the day was a white-collar ecosystem radicalizing professionals and students.
It's a very small room that Muzammil actually rented from the owner of this house to store all the explosive material. 3 months back, he came to this place and he said that he'll be using this room for storage of personal belongings. But then he was allegedly using this room to store more than 360 kgs of explosive rifles, AK-47 rifles. And we'll also show you the house completely, because there are several rooms in this house. This is like an independent builder house, and you can see that in some part, I think that you can see a stove here, a gas cylinder that which he could possibly use for making of the timer bombs. And then there were other from another location, more than 2,600 kilogram of explosives and other material which usually goes in the making of a timer bombs has been discovered.
At the residence rented by Dr. Muzammil Shakil, a 35-year-old physician from Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir who worked as a faculty member at Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad. The probe traces back to late October, when the Jammu and Kashmir police investigated provocative Jaish-e-Mohammed posters on Srinagar's fringes. Interrogations led to a web spanning Kashmir, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and beyond. By the 10th of November, 8 arrests, including 3 doctors, had dismantled the core. Dr. Muzammil Shakil, Dr. Adil Ahmed Rader, Dr. Shaheen. The operation that was conducted on the basis of a tip-off over the last 13 days is one of India's largest terror hauls. And hours after Republic's deep dive into the Faridabad terror plot, a terror attack in the heart of Delhi has exposed clear links. 10-11. This is India's biggest fight back against terror.
Well, in fact, now it comes to what we are seeing as the front. That's the Al-Falah University, not very far away from where we are standing today. And not many would have really thought that this could have actually been a front. But the reality is this, that this almost appeared, Niranjan, that they were basically coming to that very place. It was almost like a cover, starting from Dr. Muzammil, who was actually employed there. Dr. Shaheen was linked in some manner or the other, and it turns out that the other doctors were too. And so much so, this afternoon, at least 6 individuals from Al-Falah University have already been detained by the Faridabad police. It clearly goes on to indicate that they wanted to carry this out while being able to carry out a rented operation, a rented apartment where they basically were storing all the arms and ammunition.
We must clarify, however, Shawan, that we are not naming the institution because the institution in any manner is involved, obviously. It's just the sleeper cell which used the Al-Falah University as a facade while they were carrying out their nefarious designs. So that needs to be clarified.
Yeah, but Abhishek, if it's 1, if it's 2, if it's 3, and if it's 4 or more students, or faculty, even worse, right? We're not generalizing, but the fact that there were at least, I just heard a statistic. Now we'll have to check that there were at least 50 to 60% students at Al-Falah University who were from Kashmir.
Yeah.
Right? We again can't generalize.
Yeah.
But they found it an easy location to ensure that the Jaish module just spreads there.
There is a common link here. There's a common link between GMC Anantnag from where there was a recovery of weapon. The second aspect is also the fact that you've had recovery of weapons also taking place from the university. So it was more like a safe area for Muzammil so that he could actually avoid the gaze of the security.
And these are highly radicalized individuals. They would have in turn radicalized more youth. They are in their 30s or 40s, but if they are faculty in the midst of these youngsters, imagine the kind of impact they would have had. So I think the Al-Falah University administration or management needs to really come out and make a statement.
Absolutely.
I also agree with this, and I also think the sweeping counterterrorism operations across 3 Indian states has unearthed the massive cache of explosives and weaponry that is linked to the network of radicalized professionals that Abhishek was talking about. These are banned terror groups that we're also looking at. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Anwar Ghazwat-ul-Hind also. Authorities are now also investigating whether laboratory facilities at Al-Falah University were utilized or intended for synthesizing advanced explosives like RDF. The Faridabad Police Commissioner, Satyendra Kumar Gupta, had also confirmed that a major terrorist network has been disrupted.
Blast near Red Fort rocked the national capital, killed at least 12 people and sent shockwaves across the country. The multi-agency investigation is underway, and the course of investigation has put a spotlight on one place: the Al-Falah University in Faridabad's Dodge, a medical educational institution harboring the terror doctors, who were suspected of carrying out the blast on November 10th that claimed 12 innocent lives and injured several people. 7 suspects, all with links to Jammu and Kashmir, were arrested, including medical students of Faridabad's Al-Falah University, from where police arrested Dr. Muzammil Shakil and seized ammonium nitrate, an AK-47 rifle, and ammunition from his room.
Al-Falah University, the premises which has been at the center of the Faridabad terror module, and also now the Delhi blast case that led to 8 deaths and several others seriously injured yesterday. 3 doctors, 3 assistant professors from Al-Falah are under scanner, one being Muzammil Shakil, who was arrested in a joint operation of Jammu and Kashmir Police and Faridabad's crime branch in October, which led to 2 other prime suspects as well.
In the latest, 7 people have been detained from Al-Falah University by the police after 800 police personnel conducted searches in the university campus. The detainees were brought out from the lab by the police, and the university lab is now under probe scanner. Republic TV also accessed the visuals of the section of the building where Muzammil Shakil used to live at Al-Falah University in Faridabad.
Proper CCTV footages have been scanned, hostels have been scanned, the hospital has been scanned, fellow professors have been interrogated, and the investigation is expected to continue as we speak. These are the details that we are picking up as strong links are emerging between the Delhi blast case and the Faridabad terror module that was busted by Jammu and Kashmir Police in coordination with Faridabad's crime branch.
And those were just 3 of the angles that we've been able to get you here so far. Of the 10 investigative angles that we're looking at closely on Republic. We'll take a break now, Shravan. If you want to tell our viewers what else is lined up when we come back on this special broadcast.
Well, the larger picture that basically emerges from this entire investigation, the deep investigation that we have done, coming up, more details of what's the Pakistan link.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you.
Welcome back. You're watching the special broadcast here on Republic TV along with Shravan, Abhishek and Rhythm and myself trying to get you the entire conspiracy as we piece together what happened in the national capital through 10 angles here on Republic TV. Let's now show you what we've been able to put together in terms of the route that was used by one of the terror conspirators. Umar Nabi, believed to be the suicide car bomber. We have the timeline, I think. Shravan, we can go through the timeline. This is the blast timeline as captured in some of the videos. This is one of the videos, not exactly at 8:04. This particular video was at a toll booth. The car entered Delhi via the Badarpur toll booth. So around 7:20, I think, Shravan, when the raids began around Al-Falah, and Umar Nabi, the bomber, leaves spotted first at around 8:04, 8:20, and 8:04 at a toll booth and 8:20 at a petrol pump near Oakla. If you'd like to take it from there.
Well, in fact, this is exactly what we have been saying, that when the Faridabad module was basically busted by the police, it seems that there began the movement. In fact, there was already intelligence input about the movement of this man called Dr. Umar, and on Republic TV, we were also putting out the news that one suspect was on the run. It turns out that little, as Niranjan was pointing out, a little after about 8 o'clock is when the first time that he was spotted, that was car that entered Delhi via Badarpur toll plaza. So Haryana was one focal point where this entire investigation was taking place. Let's move on. Around 8:20, the car was basically spotted at a petrol pump near Oakla industrial area. Okay. Then we have...
the next sequence, please, at 3 o'clock, around 3 p.m., 3:19.
What really happens between 8:20 and 3:19 is not really clear at this point in time. Where did he really go thereafter? Not very clear. But let's go to the 3:19. If we can just go back to 3:19.
He parks the car at 3:19.
He parks the car around 3:19 and then he goes around 6 o'clock.
He gets out at 6:48.
So this is what happens. Between 3 o'clock to about 6 o'clock, when the car basically is spotted moving towards a Red Fort area and then goes to the parking lot. Now, this place is when you actually can see him wearing a black mask. And the picture that you actually have of Dr. Umar basically matches with it. Right now, why is it that they are not officially coming out and saying that he's the suicide bomber? That's because he's been blown into smithereens, and the fact that they are right now still waiting for the DNA sampling to be over, to be able to match the DNA and finally come to a conclusion that he is, after all, the suicide bomber.
Okay, so this is the video evidence of him leaving Faridabad, reaching Delhi. The car becomes critical. The I-20 car that was used in this attack becomes critical, and we've been able to, in the last 24 hours, put together how the car changed hands, gave clues to the investigators, and eventually led to Umar Nabi. Take a look.
Following the high-intensity blast that took place in the national capital yesterday, one thing that pulled everyone's attention was the white Hyundai i20 car and its changing locations. During the investigation, Delhi police revealed that the car slowed as it approached a traffic signal near Gate 1 of the Lal Kila metro station at 6:52 p.m. The further chain of changing location of the car was then traced through various CCTV footages. According to the details, the i20 was first seen outside Asian Hospital in Faridabad at 7:30 a.m. After which the i20 car was spotted near the Badarpur toll booth at 8:13 a.m. Following that, the car was traced at a petrol pump near the Okhla industrial area at 8:20 a.m. At around 3:19 p.m., the car was spotted at the parking area near the Red Fort and was there for more than 3 hours, hinting that something suspicious was definitely going on. And then at 6:48 p.m., the car was seen leaving the Red Fort parking area. Then within next 3 minutes, just at 6:51, neighboring areas heard a loud noise and the blast happened near the Red Fort. Furthermore, the car was also seen around Daryaganj, Kashmiri Gate and the Sunheri Masjid. A crucial detail about the car showed that the i20 entered national capital on October 29th and it was seen near the PUC shop, which hints at a deeper probe into the case. As the investigation moves further, the Delhi police revealed that various people who were involved in the purchase of the i20 car. One of the owners of the Hyundai i20 car was Dr. Umar Nabi, who was also the driver of the car. According to sources, he used to live in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. The car, with registration number HR26CE7674, was manufactured in 2013. It was registered in the name of Salman in 2014 and the registration certificate states he was the second owner of the car. Just after few hours of investigation, Haryana's Gurugram police confirmed the arrest of Mohammad Salman, the original owner of the i20. However, when the Haryana police contacted Salman, he said he had sold off the car to Devendra, a resident of Okhla. The chain went on, and after that, Devendra sold it to a man in Ambala who later sold it to Amir in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. Then, from Amir, the car went into the hands of Dr. Umar Nabi Muhammad, who is the main suicide bomber and the driver of the Hyundai i20 car. Sources revealed that he worked at Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Despite the car changing so many hands and moving from one state to another, it remained registered only in the name of one owner, that was Mohammad Salman. As the probe moves ahead, there are various angles that are coming into the story which might reveal some important details.
And as we look at the entire route map, we spoke about the route map, we have the details of the escape. I think the escape becomes a critical story in the Shawan, because the moment the police reached the Faridabad terror den, Umar Nabi fled. And we've mapped the route. This is the route. Roughly took him about 1 hour. Ideally would have taken about 1 hour because it's a 57-kilometer journey. If you calculate, end to end, point by point. 7:40 was when the raids began. At 8:04, Badarpur toll booth. We just showed you the visuals of him seen there at the Badarpur toll booth at a CCTV junction. At the junction he's seen, and then secondly passes through Okhla phase 3. How do we know Okhla phase 3? Because the same car bearing the number plate HR ending 74 was once again spotted at the Okhla industrial area at 8:20, and then it goes into a grey zone.
Well, this is where it begins. Around 3:19. In fact, 3:19 is the time that he is spotted. The car is basically, it's a slow moving vehicle, moves from towards the Red Fort signal. Now, Thereafter, all that we've been able to pick up are the following. One, that he basically moves to the parking lot area. So that's the last CCTV footage where you can see Dr. Umar, the terrorist doctor, wearing a black mask, enters the parking lot area. Now, the question here is that whether at all there was a detonator. That we are picking up right now with more information that this was with using ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, as well as detonators. In fact, this is where the clincher comes in. And Abhishek, you got us the details with regards to the fact that ammonium nitrate that was used. This is the same ammonium nitrate that was also recovered from the terror den in Faridabad, 350 kilogram that was recovered just a few hours before that.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, Shavan, so there is, as we have been discussing, Niranjan, and Rhythm, lots of circumstantial evidence already which is linking the threads of the Faridabad module with the Delhi blast and of course via Adil to Jaish-e-Mohammed and then of course back to Pakistan. But just circumstantial evidence is not enough. You know, Rhythm, you are a lawyer. You need corroborative evidence. And this is the first sliver of corroborative evidence we have, which I've spoken to those who are involved in the probe. And they say that forensically now we can say that the ammonium nitrate, the traces of ammonium nitrate found from the blast site at the same batch or the same ammonium nitrate that they have located in Faridabad yesterday and today both. So I think our agencies are pretty close now and very confident that they would establish all the linkages with corroborative evidence on this.
All right, we're now going to get you the timeline of the Delhi blast, which Shavan and Niranjan were showing you. Abhishek has given us that news. The Hyundai i20 car that was involved in the deadly blast was tracked entering the city via Badarpur at 8:04 a.m. Then it went across, spotted at the petrol pump near Okhla at 8:20. The car then went to the parking area at 3:19 p.m. It was seen leaving the parking area at around 6:40 before the explosion that occurred at 6:55 p.m. Take a look at this package that we've put together.
With the suicide attack now at the center of the probe, Republic has accessed crucial details tracing the final movements of the Hyundai car before the blast. CCTV footage from multiple points across central Delhi helped reconstruct the car's route in the crucial hours before the blast that killed 12 and injured 20 others. At 8:04 a.m., the car entered Delhi to the Badarpur toll booth. Just 16 minutes later, at 8:20 a.m., the car was captured on CCTV at a petrol pump near Okhla industrial area. At 3:19 p.m., the same car was seen entering the parking area near Red Fort only a few hours before the explosion. Around 6 p.m., the vehicle was spotted leaving the Red Fort parking zone. The Hyundai i20 left the parking area and around 6:45 p.m. took a U-turn near Old Delhi railway station. It then drove along the Chhata rail chalk stretch and proceeded towards Lower Subhash Marg. Just minutes later, at 6:52 p.m., the vehicle slowed down at a traffic signal on Netaji Subhash Marg near the Red Fort metro station and exploded. The full route now under NIA scrutiny. Every CCTV frame, every turn, every minute being examined to uncover the conspiracy behind the Delhi blast.
So, Niranjan, in fact, we wanted to ask Shavan and you also, Abhishek, hours before the explosion took place near the Red Court, the security forces had uncovered tons of explosives that were there in a house where we were reporting from today at Faridabad. This is very clear that this was something that was being planned in Faridabad, which is a terror den from the longest time, Shavan.
Well, let's make no mistake that the plan was much bigger than what we have witnessed right now. The very fact that you're looking at ammunition roughly about 3 tons, you know, it would be bigger than any explosion that has taken place in our country. In fact, if you really look at some of the plan that they were basically trying to hatch from the intelligence community is the fact that they were looking at multiple attacks at multiple cities. That was the original plan. Let's make no mistake about the fact that yes, there has been a slip up. But at the same time, we've been able to, you know, at least take cover for certain reasons.
Just to help viewers understand the scale of tragedy that would have happened had they succeeded in their plans. The Pulwama terror attack had use of just about 100 kilograms of explosive.
Gosh.
This is 2,900.
Bombay
You're
blast.
looking at,
Bombay
yes,
blast 250 kilograms.
Yes, just 250 kilograms. And you're looking at 2,900 kilograms of warlike stores, including, of course, about 400 kilograms of ammonium nitrate. It could have been huge.
It could have been huge because the numbers that are coming from Faridabad about, like you said, 2,900, 360 kilograms of explosives. This also exposes, Abhishek and Niranjan, the web of radicalized professionals operating under the guise of doctors at the private university. Republic reached the spot, and we show you the chilling details of what we uncovered.
Hours before the deadly bomb blast in the heart of Delhi, security agencies foiled a major terror plot. Almost 3 tons of explosives and several arms and ammunition were seized from a rented accommodation in Haryana's Faridabad. And investigations have revealed that the explosives used in the Delhi blast were brought from this very house. Rented by terrorist doctor Mujammil Shakil, a doctor from Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama. He's reportedly the key link in a white-collar terrorist ecosystem involving radicalized professionals. This is the house where the terror plot was hatched. Terror Dr. Mujammil, Shaheen, Adil and Umar Nabi kept the explosives here before agencies swooped down on Monday morning.
Al-Falah University, a premises which is under scanner, a premises which harbored three people part of a terror module. They were just not teaching here, not just practicing here as doctors. They were staying here, and they were part of a huge terror module which has now been busted by a joint operation of Jammu and Kashmir police and Faridabad police's crime branch. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours right after the arrest of Mujammil Shakil in October, followed the raids at his rented place where the police found a huge cache of arms and ammunition.
Notably, all these individuals worked at Al-Falah University, where they posed as doctors but were secretly planning a terror attack. The university was used as a front for the nefarious activities. But due to the police's quick action, their plan was foiled. One terror doctor, Umar Nabi, escaped and went on to carry out the Delhi blast, killing 12 and injuring several others.
And one of the critical angles that we're looking at is that of the car bomber.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Abhishek, we were told that there is an absconding driver, absconding doctor, absconding key affiliate in this entire link.
Yeah.
And we didn't know who that was until 7 p.m.
Yeah.
When Shawan was in the studio and there was boom, an explosion in Delhi.
Yeah.
And that's when we realized that something is going on. And we initially thought it was a car that exploded. No, it was not. It was a terror attack.
Yeah.
And the man behind the wheel. And now it's clear that this terror doctor called Umar Nabi.
Yeah.
Umar Nabi becomes critical. He was in the car. He brought his car from Al-Falah after the raids. He basically scampered. Is it? Is that the...
Yeah, absolutely.
Scampered.
Absolutely. In fact, MBBS in Latin is doctor of medicine and doctor of surgery. This is like doctor of terror. And such a horrible job he would have done of treating patients, because he couldn't even configure the bomb. Because he scooted from Faridabad when he realized that there is a raid impending and he would get arrested. Muzammil and Shaheen did get arrested because Adil was in custody of the cops and the agencies. And he couldn't really make the bomb proper. It would have caused much more mayhem, Niranjan. We have been discussing the quantum of the volume of explosives that they had. So he couldn't configure the bomb or the contraption really properly, and that's why you're not seeing a crater there on the ground. You are not seeing shrapnels. You are not seeing those kind of injuries. I think the agencies did succeed to a great extent in preventing a bigger tragedy. Even one is, of course, big. 8 lives lost is big. But the fact that Umar was radicalized to a level and rabid of the kind that he would decide in a huff that, okay, fine, I cannot carry out my entire plan. Let me just execute this much that I can and kill myself and kill all the people I can just to make a point of terror. I think in that sense, this is also a kind of tragedy we are looking at from our national life's point of view, that you have these well-off people, middle-class people, are they learning about 5 lakh per month, all of them from good backgrounds, and turning radical to a level that they are effectively Islamist terrorists now, all of them.
In fact, Shravan, if we can ask you to explain that graphics that we have.
I'll just add a piece of information. This is what I picked up, Abhishek and Rhythm, just a short while back before coming to the show. With regards to who this man is, and Abhishek, you were rightly pointing out, we're talking about a highly radicalized person. In fact, when I spoke to a Jammu Kashmir police source, this is exactly what he had to say. That he, among all the doctors, was not only one of the most radicalized, he was also the same very person who was basically egging the others for carrying out a bigger attack. So here is a person, the moment he realized that the entire module was actually busted, he did actually try to get in touch with another person. That other person happens to be a suspect right now, so we're not going to name that person. But the fact that they were planning, as I'm repeating this, yes, I'm repeating this, that the plan was much larger than what we witnessed. It is only because this man that you see, one of the most radicalized person, and part of this entire module, someone who was pushing for a bigger attack. He's suspected to be the Delhi suicide bomber. He's from Pulwama, and he's a doctor and had a cover in Srinagar too. Niranjan.
Shravan, I think the basic question is, he escaped, he was radicalized, he carried out the blast. But if agencies knew this man is going to carry out a blast and he was on the run, another critical question also comes up. How did he escape? And how was he allowed to reach Red Fort? It's a high secure area. How did he reach Red Fort?
I have a quick answer, but this is a question that I've been asking to multiple sources just to get an idea of it. One, the fact of the matter is that, will the Faridabad police perhaps answer at some point in time? Were we supposed to really know about the crackdown really that happened yesterday morning? Or were they planning to perhaps inform the media, the entire nation, after the entire operation was over?
But you knew the car number, right?
So the fact of the matter is that there is a slip-up. Whether it was at Faridabad police level where the information came out that the module has been busted, because that information went to Umar Nabi. That's one theory that has been worked at, and the agencies are still working on it. Yes, of course, he did manage to move around, and that too with ammunition.
Okay, so here's the story. How did he escape and how did he manage to do what he eventually did last night? Story of Umar Nabi.
This is Dr. Umar Nabi, the prime suspect, the suicide bomber in the Delhi bomb blast in the Red Fort area. These are the pictures that clearly establish him driving the Hyundai i20 car that exploded, killing at least 8 people and injuring many others. Early leads in the probe connected Dr. Umar with the Faridabad module led by Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Shahina, both now being interrogated in the custody by the police. This is the Al-Falah University, used as a front by the terror module of doctors while they conspired, planned and were on the verge of executing a huge terror attack with 3 tons worth of ammo and other warlike stores.
Behind me is the Al-Falah University, which is at the center of searches by different departments of Haryana Police, crime branch of the Faridabad Police, as the prime suspects of the Faridabad terror module were associated with in university. Since morning 7 a.m., several senior police officials from different departments have been conducting searches.
And this is the place where all the mayhem was planned. This room, this house, where Muzammil, Shaheen, Adil and Umar kept the material before the agencies swooped down on Monday morning. But even as the crackdown was going on from Jammu and Kashmir to Uttar Pradesh, from Delhi to Haryana, Umar Nabi seems to have given the security apparatus a slip and escaped in his I-20 early Monday morning. It is this I-20 that Umar used in the suicide blast outside of the Red Fort in the evening, moving all day to evade the cops through the roads of Delhi.
When the raids were being conducted in the Al-Falah University, Umar Nabi, the terror doctor, the car bomber, leaves in his car. He scampers, he panics, he leaves in his car, he takes this route, he takes the highway, and in the highway he passes the Badarpur toll booth. At 8:04, CCTV catches him crossing the Badarpur toll booth. That's 8:04 a.m. yesterday. And then at 8:20, his car, the I-20, passes the Okla industrial area. After 8:20, he was next spotted at 3:19 p.m. parking his car at the Red Fort parking lot. And at 6:40, around 6:40, not 6 but 6:48, we are told, there is a video of him leaving the the parking lot, and you can see that he has his face covered. That's Umar, the man behind the wheel, the car bomber in Delhi.
Whether Umar panicked while on the run or indeed executed the terror plan. It is now a significant part of the probe as to how he managed to escape as police forces zeroed down on the Faridabad terror module.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The visuals which we are seeing on the screen are visuals just around 7 o'clock. This blast is reported somewhere between 6:45 and 7 o'clock. The death toll is rising right now. We have NIA on the spot. This is a huge explosion because there are the mangled remains of multiple cars. We are told that in a whole area of 100-150 meters, nothing really was not brought to absolute ruin. You see the signs of the devastation, ladies and gentlemen. can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw. And imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge, without any doubt.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Our pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Our pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV and the special coverage. In the last 1 hour, Shavan, Abhishek, Rhythm and myself have been getting you the investigation. The 10 exclusive angles that unravel the conspiracy into the Delhi 10-11 blast. And all of this, Abhishek, all of this boils down to one aspect, which is it was a Jaish-e-Mohammed module that operated. Jaish-e-Mohammed is operating from Pakistan. It effectively makes it a Pakistan plotted attack on Indian soil. Why is that an act of war, Abhishek? And by the way, just on the sidelines, right? While we talk about this, ladies and gentlemen, we here at Republic TV have dropped the election coverage today. We have decided that this is of national importance, and for us, it's always been nation first, elections later, and that is why we are focusing on the Delhi 10-11 conspiracy. And we are doing the right thing, Abhishek. I think people are talking about Purnia, Muslim vote, Yadav vote. We want to talk about national unity and national interest.
Abhishek, Shavan, that people are watching Republic TV.
Right, absolutely. And coming back to this conversation about Jaish, Niranjan, you said whether it's an act of terror and hence an act of war and done by Pakistan. Obviously it is. And I said that. But the point is that when you have, as a policy, decided that every act of terror would be responded to as if it's an act of war, you need to tell the world, look, here's the evidence. And it needs to be foolproof. In Pahalgam, it was for everyone to see. Now, the difference is, and that's diabolical, the difference is those were Pakistani terrorists, Pakistani nationals in Pahalgam. But here, these are Indian nationals, right? And so obviously, while the national security agencies are at it, and we have already shown some of the sliver of evidence that they have collected, and is for there to be seen. When we make a statement to the world, or when we respond, it has to be backed by full evidence. I think that process is taking a bit of time, and whenever it's done, you will hear a statement coming in, either from the Home Minister, or maybe, from the Foreign Secretary, whoever in the government decides.
I also think it's really sinister, Shavan, Dr. Shahina's role now as the head of the JM Women's Wing.
Well, in fact, the fact of the matter is this, Abhishek, that there is evidence. The evidence that Pakistan will certainly deny, because this is the non-deniability factor that Pakistan has been working for. In the month of October itself, this actually started, and that is the reason why there was a lot of chatter within the intelligence agencies that this is what they were basically planning. On 25th of October, when the first audio tape was basically released, or when the intelligence agencies got their hands on the speech that was delivered by Masood Azhar, where he was basically addressing that it's going to be a women brigade, and that is going to be led by none other than Masood Azhar's own sister. And the plan was basically this, that first you basically tap family members of Kashmiris in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So that it becomes a reason why they can basically interact, and they are also looking at those who are vulnerable. The very fact that they've identified this and they've managed to actually get hold of the white-collar professionals is only because they want to put India on a spot, because they know it very well. By doing this, by being able to get the Kashmiris to do this act of terror, India is going to find it difficult in terms of what exactly is going to be the response. But let me also be very clear here, there is clarity that's emerging. And in fact, as far as evidence is concerned, that is also there.
In fact, like Shavan, you're saying, investigators have now traced the direct links that are there to Pakistan's group Jaish-e-Mohammed. Sources say Umar Mohammed, the doctor associated with the Faridabad module of Jaish, panicked after the groups bust and fled to Delhi using the same car later involved in the Delhi blast. Meanwhile, the other accused, Dr. Shahina, has been identified as the head of Jaish's women wing, like Shaban was telling us, working under Masood Azhar's sister, Sadia Azhar. Look at that report.
बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ है के सामने अभी 1 मिनट पहले.
The blast near Red Fort in Delhi that killed 12 people and injured nearly 20 others now has a direct link to Pak terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed.
एक गाड़ी के अंदर बॉम्ब था, बहुत भयंकर बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ है.
चल 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 चल.
Delhi Police's initial investigations reveal Umar Mohammed, a doctor by profession and part of the Jaish module, busted in Faridabad when rogue after learning his aide's arrests. Sources also say that a panic struck the group when police raids began in Faridabad. Umar, fearing arrest, fled to Delhi in the very car later used in the Red Fort blast. The probe indicates the suspect's motive, as he planned the suicide attack as soon as he learned that the Faridabad module has been busted. Intelligence inputs further revealed that Dr. Shaheen, arrested from Faridabad, was not just a member, but head of Jaish's women's recruitment wing. Operating under Jamaat-ul-Mominat, the women's unit was being directed by Sadia Azhar, sister of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar, across the border in Pakistan. With multiple arrests and cross-border links surfacing, the case moves further, with NIA and Delhi police are investigating if there are any further terror links emerging in connection with the blast.
Successfully in the last 3 to 4 days, Shawan and Abhishek, in rhythm, terror modules have been busted, not just in Faridabad, even in Saharanpur. Of course, the links are emerging, the dots are being connected, and also in Gujarat, a very, very dangerous module. And at the heart of it was this man. He's a terror doctor as well. Look at the irony, right? Terror doctor, Dr. Syed, from Hyderabad, went to China, studied medicine, came back, was in Gujarat, wrecking terror targets. Among the 3 terror targets that they had wrecked, Shawan, one of them was the UP RSS office headquarters. Second was the Delhi Mandi, Sabzi Mandi, right? And the third was the Ahmedabad fruit market, Naroda fruit market. And they were developing a chemical to unleash mayhem. And that is called the Rise in Terror module. Rise in chemical being made, developed by these 3 to unleash terror. Shawan, if you can talk about that, and then we'll get Abhishek to get us the latest.
A quick point as far as why this is extremely lethal. It can contaminate water. Pipelines could have been contaminated, and that could actually wipe off, literally wipe off scores of people. And Abhishek, if I can just bring you in quickly, one of the reasons why they were researching, the Gujarat ATS was basically pointing out that this also has an international link that's coming in. Yeah. And something, Niranjan and Rhythm, actually caught the attention of people in the West.
Yeah.
They were hugely discussing that this can be possible. And that's exactly what the Gujarat ATS was pointing out to.
100%. And imagine, rice in this poison like milligrams, micrograms, and no odor, no taste, and you're gone. And he was producing it or trying to produce it at an industrial scale. And also in this case, as in the case of Faridabad module, the linkage is going back to Pakistan because his handler, Abu Khadija, is a man in Pakistan. And he had handlers in Afghanistan also, the Islamic State. Remember what Afghanistan, the Taliban regime has said, that the Islamic State is being hoisted and foisted by the Pakistani deep state now. So I think the linkages via Afghanistan going into Pakistan and Gujarat case also, and that's the package about.
Let's take a look at the package.
A suicide bombing shook the heart of the national capital on Monday evening, leaving behind 8 dead and many more injured. Early probe has established the role of Dr. Umar Nabi as the suicide bomber who carried out the Red Fort blast in his I-20 car. Now, a clear linkage has emerged of Dr. Umar with the Faridabad terror bust on Monday morning and the massive anti-terror crackdown that was being carried out across Jammu and Kashmir through Monday. Umar was part of the same group helmed by Dr. Muzammil that was plotting a major terror attack for which they had gathered 3 tons of explosives and other bomb-making materials. The police arrested Dr. Muzammil's girlfriend Dr. Shaheen early on Tuesday morning, taking the total arrests in the Faridabad terror conspiracy to 7. That includes 4 doctors, 3 of which are from the Kashmir Valley. The blast probe has since spread to multiple states. Uttar Pradesh, where Al-Qaeda terrorist Bilal Khan was grilled by the ATS under custody, revealing deadly radicalization game. Haryana, where doctors Muzammil, Adil and Shaheen had collected all the ammunition and were on the verge of carrying out a major terror attack. Jammu and Kashmir, where the Faridabad module doctors came from. Gujarat, where Dr. Ahmed was making deadly ricin at a makeshift factory to carry out a biochemical attack with mass poisoning. And even Telangana, as Dr. Ahmed is a resident of Hyderabad. While the arrested accused are from UP, Kashmir, Delhi and Telangana, there's a clear common linkage through these individual cases. Educated white-collar terror converts, all kingpins are doctors, and highly radicalized Islamists despite their education. While a very big terror tragedy was averted with the crackdown,
हम सभी संभावनाओं को तराश रहे हैं और सभी संभावनाओं को ध्यान में रखकर इसकी गहन जांच की जाएगी। सभी ऑप्शन की तुरंत जांच होकर नतीजा जो आएगा जांच हम जनता के सामने रखेंगे।
The fact that the anti-national forces could put in place a multi-city, multi-state network of many independent modules makes one thing clear. There is a common conspirator, handler and director of these terrorists. Would the security agencies unravel the larger terror plot soon?
All right, Niranjan, Shawan, and Rhythm, of course, we have been for the last hour and more bringing to our viewers every aspect of the conspiracy, every detail we have gathered, our reporters have gathered, and our teams have brought to us from the ground, from Kashmir to Uttar Pradesh to Haryana to Delhi and Ahmedabad in Gujarat. I think one thing is very clear, that while the blast did take place and we did lose some lives, a major terror tragedy has been successfully averted because the scale of preparation was huge. Now, what the security agencies have to see is that they do not let go of this chance. Be very meticulous with the evidence gathering, and like with early success that they have achieved in terms of picking up from the scene of crime as it is now outside the Red Fort, the connections of the ammonium nitrate between the blast site and Faridabad. Yes. They go ahead, get every detail, for example, the phone call records between these conspirators, unmasked now, and make sure that the world knows the true face of terror operating out of Pakistan.
Yeah. And I want to ask this to you, Shawan, Niranjan. Shawan, to you, what are the steps ahead that the agencies are going to take?
Well, in fact, first would be the forensic reports to really come in. While there has been a preliminary assessment about ammonium nitrate being used, they're also looking at other elements that have basically been used to carry out this entire attack. Second, of course, is the DNA sampling. That is to basically conclusively prove that this is Dr. Umar Nabi who carried out the suicide bombing. The third and the most crucial aspect is basically part of who's part of this entire module. Is it over? Or there are more people, because it's very clear that there are handlers of this entire module.
Absolutely.
So that is the crucial angle right now. Niranjan.
Well, eventually, I think it all boils down to, as we come towards the end of the show of the 10/11 conspiracy, it all boils down to this. There is a link between the Delhi blast and the Faridabad terror module that is busted, and the link is conclusive, as Shravan, Rhythm, Abhishek have been suggesting. It is now all about just nailing Pakistan. Faridabad, Delhi blast link. Take a look. A powerful explosion near Delhi's Red Fort shook the capital last evening, killing at least 10, injuring 20 others. The attack, carried out using a white Hyundai i20, has now been traced to Faridabad in Haryana, revealing chilling links to a Jaish-e-Mohammed-backed terror module that was operating from Faridabad's Al-Falah University. Investigation shows the car was driven by Dr. Umar Nabi, a Pulwama-based doctor associated with the Faridabad module, busted just hours before the blast. CCTV footage captured Umar driving the I-20 across Delhi, from Badarpur to Okhla to Kashmiri Gate, before he detonated it near gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station.
Now the time stamp is also very important. The investigators are considering because mostly because of the location that is outside the Red Fort gate number 1. The location is usually, it opens to a very busy road because just few meters away there's Chandni Chowk market entrance, and this has been the same entrance for years now. And the cars are usually stationary there, parked right outside the gate number 1. So this car itself was also parked in the parking lot, and it moved out from there at around 6:48 and was slowly moving towards the red light just around 200-250 meters away, and moments later, just a few minutes later, at 6:52 there was a loud blast from the Hyundai i10, and which again resulted into several cars which were near it catching fire.
Police have tracked the car's history through a chain of 6 owners, from Gurugram to Ambala to Pulwama. But the registration remained under one name, Mohammed Salman, detained on Monday evening. From Salman, the car went to Devinder in Okhla, then to Amir in Pulwama, and finally was handed to Umar Nabi, who used it for the suicide attack. Umar was part of the Jaish module in Faridabad, led by Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Shaheen, both working under Pakistan-based handler Sadia Azhar, sister of Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar. During raids on 2 Faridabad buildings, police have seized 3 tons of explosives, ammonium nitrate, 2 AK-47 rifles, large quantities of ammunition. And as those raids began, Umar Nabi escaped, taking the car to Delhi, reaching Red Fort. He waited almost 11 hours before he exited the Red Fort parking. 3 minutes later, the car exploded.
The linkages between Adil and Muzammil and Shahina and Umar, and the fact that they were working together for a while to fructify the terror designs of our neighbor and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and through Jaish-e-Mohammed of the Pakistani deep state and the ISI, ultimately it will come down to that.
With the ammonium nitrate samples from the blast site matching the Faridabad hall, the link from Faridabad to Red Fort blast becomes extremely clear. Okay, so we're getting in some breaking news as we come to the end of the show. We have our correspondents across India who've been tracking the story, especially along Delhi NCR, where all the action is on the Delhi 10/11 blast. There is a movement. DNA samples are being collected. Shravan has more details.
Well, in fact, Zenith, our colleague, getting us the latest details that the DNA sampling, the process of the DNA sampling is now over. They've collected the samples from the family members of Dr. Umar earlier today. Let me just quickly bring in Zenith, who's joining us. Zenith, what more details are you picking up? This morning, the family members spoke saying that they were told about Umar.
See, as far as the DNA sampling and the procedure was there, that was conducted at the police control room, Kashmir, in presence of SSP Srinagar. Actually, he is the one who has been breaking all the details, and he busted the module from the Paripura police station to Nogam station of the police in Srinagar. And today, the 4 samples were collected: mother, father, and the 2 brothers of Dr. Umar. Samples have been collected, and the procedure.
Okay, I think we have a bad audio with you there. Zeenath, poor audio, we'll fix that. Poor audio, we'll fix that. DNA sample process of Umar's family. Umar Nabi, who was at the wheel. That's Umar's family. That's we'll just change that picture. Rakshita is also joining us live. Rakshita, we saw the forensics come there, the NIA which has taken over the investigation, trying to go beyond the perimeter, and obviously they had to because the impact of the blast was such that a lot of evidence would have flown hundreds of meters away, maybe. Now, we saw that they were trying to do that today, but a bit late given that, you know, the media and everybody was there. What did you see? What did you see? What are the big takeaways for you as you reported from the blast site today?
Well, they have been at work since morning, since early morning. And in fact, all the areas, right from this gate number 1, that is right now completely sealed. Nothing is visible. We are not allowed to go beyond that. That's gate number 1 of the Red Fort metro station. That was the exact spot of the blast. And that is where the evidence has been collected from. But not just that. If you go beyond this entire stretch, in fact, has been examined by the FSL team and evidence has been collected. And not just this road, this Digambar Jain Lal temple also had many pieces of some car, some mangled remains of the car were also some broken pieces were found here. A head was also found here. There was a gory images that we cannot show. There was a head and there was part of a shoulder on the terrace also that was found. So all that has been collected as the sample. Not even if you see behind that, right ahead of this entire stretch of Netaji Subhash Marg, this entire drain-like structure, if you see on the right side beyond the railing, also there have been some a car steering part that has also been recovered, a horn that has been recovered. It was a Hyundai vehicle. We do not know if it was the same one or not, but right in front of our eyes, all those samples were taken across this road as well. And now, as we understand that not just the explosives sample, but also the body, the remains are being examined. And Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has asked for the report as soon as possible so that it can be ascertained. And one thing is clear, that ammonium nitrate was part of the explosive that was used. That also established the link with the Faridabad module.
Get an update from Al-Falah University because this afternoon 6 people were detained. One happens to be the HR of the university itself. My colleague Sobia is there at the university. What more details are you picking up in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far, Soumya?
University is concerned, it is under scanner. In fact, it is at the hem of this 10-11 conspiracy because it harbored the 3 main faces as far as the Faridabad terror module is concerned, or for that matter, the 10-11 blast is concerned, right from Muzammil Shakil, from where the explosives and huge cache of arms and ammunition were recovered from his rented place, to the lady terror, Dr. Shahina, from whose Swift Desire AK-47 was discovered, who also happens to have an association with Jaish-e-Mohammed's newly opened women wing. And now on 3rd number we had Umar Nabi, who is the prime suspect in the Delhi blast case, who the Delhi police is suspecting could be behind the wheels. So the post the blast, now as far as Al-Falah University and investigation within the premises of the university is concerned, we had over hundreds of police officials scanning and combing through the university and detaining 7 people after an investigation which ran for several hours and began at 7 a.m. early this morning. Back to you.
We have reporters also left. Let's also go across to Gaurav, who's now joining us from Saharanpur. But we also have Swarali joining us from Ahmedabad. Abhishek, you had questions on that to Swarali also?
Well, Swarali, you would have been talking to the Gujarat ATS sources. Are you getting a sense that In the case of the Ahmedabad or Gandhinagar module also, the linkages are going back to Pakistan, maybe via Afghanistan, the Islamic State.
See, till now, whatever information we are gathering from on ground and as we are talking to Gujarat ATS, they have denied links to all the other modules in Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, or Jammu and Kashmir. But we cannot forget that yesterday, when the investigation was going on, they had said that link cannot be denied. The investigation is in process because all three terrorists who were arrested from Ahmedabad in Gujarat, it is very important that Dr. Syed, Azad and Suhail, now both the others who belong to Uttar Pradesh had done Reiki of Delhi, Ahmedabad, Lucknow and Jammu and Kashmir. So totally the link cannot be denied. Again, on the other hand, the handler, it says in Afghanistan-Pakistan border, Abu Khadija, and huge fund was about to be coming on the way of Ahmedabad module. On the other hand, a very lethal weapon was going to be unleashed in a sense that ricin, which is a very potent toxin, was supposed to be made and all the raw material was gathered. The Republic is constantly tracking this story minutely, but the link cannot be denied. Investigation is on way. As soon as we get any information on link,
we'll come back to you as we get more information, Swarali. I also want to go across to Gaurav, joining us from Saharanpur. Gaurav, Dr. Adil was in Saharanpur. We got details about what he was doing here. The AK-47 was found in his locker. और क्या-क्या आपको डिटेल्स आज पता चली हैं, बिकॉज बहुत डिटेल्स आज आई हैं सहारनपुर से डॉक्टर आदिल को लेके।
जी बिल्कुल, जैसे मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, सबसे पहले विब्रोस हॉस्पिटल में काम करते थे, कम से कम 6 महीने उन्होंने वहाँ पे काम किया है। वहाँ पे काम करने के बाद मार्च के महीने में वहाँ हटे थे, इसके बाद के महीने वहाँ से हटे थे, इसके बाद वे अपना फेमस मेडिकोज में उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया था। 6 महीने के करीब उन्होंने वहाँ पे काम किया है। अचानक ही जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस उनके घर पर आती है। घर पे आने के बाद उन्हें अरेस्ट करके ले जाती है। सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस जब उनको अरेस्ट करके ले जाती है तो बाकी जो खुफिया जांच थी उन्होंने भी बताया है, और खासतौर पे सामने आया है निकल के उनके जैसे मोहम्मद से संपर्क थे, जैसे मोहम्मद के पोस्टर लगाने के जम्मू कश्मीर उनके अंदर उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाए गए थे, जिसके बाद उनको यहाँ से गिरफ्तार।
Okay, thank you for that, Gaurav, Swarali, Soumya, Rakshita and Shambhavi. Thank you for joining us. That's all the time that we had. Shravan, Abhishek, Rhythm and I on this special broadcast 10-11 The Conspiracy. On that note, we will say goodbye to you. The debate with Arnab, big debate at 8 p.m. In fact, more than a debate, Arnab is narrating the conspiracy part by part, special broadcast tonight. And I think at 7:30 we have a special, and Shravan will leave you with what you can expect in just a few minutes.
Well, for the first time, full access to what's really happening at the western border. The biggest military exercise being carried out by our tri-services.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
If you can see the mangled remains of that auto rickshaw, and imagine this auto rickshaw is not even the auto rickshaw where the blast happened. Around 15 fire tenders were dispatched to the area, but to no avail because it was very, very late. The blast had happened, it was immediate, it was severe, the fire was huge. Without any doubt, if you look at it, this appears to be a terrorist attack. The severity and the intensity, this is a major incident.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome you. You're watching a very special episode of Republic Defense. As India prepares for its tri-services exercise, one of the largest tri-services exercise that has been going on for the last few days, Republic Defense has got insight, depth coverage that we are getting, in-depth coverage that we're getting you from the western borders as the final leg of exercise Trishul is underway in the scorching deserts of Rajasthan. In fact, India's war machines roll out in perfect synchrony. From the skies to the sand, the nation's might is now being tested and validated. Exercise Marujwala, the Indian Armed Forces, the largest joint display since Operation Sindhu, where firepower meets future warfare. Apache helicopters, the T-90 battle tanks, all out in display. Ladies and gentlemen, since Operation Sindhu, this by far has been the biggest tri-services exercise that has been carried out. Over the next few days, here on Republic Media Network, we are going to take you through two border areas. One in Porbandar, where the exercise has gained a lot of significance, keeping in mind that this was being done close to Sir Creek area. And tonight, what we are going to do is going to take you to Jaisalmer, where the exercise was basically carried out. No other network has got the kind of access that we have got to just get you a sense of how India is prepared. Take a look at this special report.
the Western Front could be India's future battlefield. Final phase of exercise Marujwala, part of Tri-Services Trishul, rumbles into action in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer. Jointness is the mission. Army, Air Force and allied formations operate as a single lethal organism.
From ground to air, it is the might of the Indian Armed Forces that is being witnessed here as part of Exercise Trishul. Right now, we are in the forward area of the Jaisalmer in the Rajasthan, and in these deserts, how Indian Armed Forces are proving their might. This is what is evident on ground. From the robotic mules to the Ashni platoons, these are what the Indian Armed Forces next. The modern generation warfare is all about, to these giant tanks, the T-19 tanks to the K9 howitzers that have the capacity to not only to completely decimate the adversary area, but also to ensure that the adversary's any nefarious plan is foiled, because from this very place, when the target goes, it leaves the adversary completely decimated, and that is what the T-90 Bhishma tank is actually known for. Apart from these Bhishma tanks, we also have these precision weapons that have the accuracy as precise as 0 meters, so that the adversary's attempt can be destabilized. And then is the K9 howitzer tanks, those who are capable to actually go into 40 to 50 kilometers into the enemy's territory. So one strike from this very place and it will be the adversary that will be completely decimated. And these men on the tanks, they are capable enough to strike the adversary. We have seen these tanks that how they play a vital role, especially in these deserts where it is almost impossible for everyone to move. They fly like the king, and they give adversary that how their nefarious plans will be decimated, because from this very place in Jaisalmer where we are reporting from, and Indian Armed Forces are conducting their largest ever joint exercise Trishul after Operation Sindoor. Here the message is not only from the K9 Ashni platoon, the robotic mules, the T-90 Bhishma tanks, but also the aerial support being given by the Indian Air Force, the Mi-17, the Apache attack helicopters, the advanced light helicopters, and also the Jaguars that are roaring on the skies of Rajasthan.
Steel leads the assault. T-90 Bhishma formation spearhead the ground drive, backed by BM-2 infantry carriers.
This is T-90. This is the tank that is the main battle tank of the Indian Armed Forces. And right now we are moving in the deserts of Rajasthan. In this tank, the Bhisham T-90, which is the savior of India and a decimator of the adversary. These are the pilots, these are the main operators of this tank that is moving on the desert of Rajasthan. And this becomes really an important time, because at a time when we have seen India making it very clear to Pakistan that any misadventure of the adversary will be taken as a provocation and it will have repercussions for the Pakistan. We are moving on the India's military might. Yes, this 125 mm shot, once this goes, it makes sure that the enemy's bunkers and the enemy's infrastructure is decimated. We are moving on a terrain where it is impossible for the other vehicles to even go. But for this one, it can go up to 60 kilometers per hour. And now it's the time that we will race up. We will race up to the full speed. Now the operator is going a full throttle, and you will see that how the adversary feels the heat and how we will also be having to face the desert, because with the top speed of 60 kilometers per hour, this can give the adversary almost zero time to respond to the situation.
The sky dominates the fight. Apache AX-64S provide precision strike and overwatch. Sensors, rockets and guided munitions shaping the battlefield.
Indian Armed Forces are carrying out a large-scale exercise, largest ever post-Operation Sindoor, and here are the visuals where you will see the attack helicopters that are part of this operation. This has the joint ground and air validation exercises being carried out by the Indian Army as part of the exercise Trishul, and here you will see the Apache attack helicopters, T-90, Bhishma tanks as well as the BMPs rolling on the deserts of Rajasthan close to the Indo-Pakistan international border and giving adversary a stern message that if adversary dares to challenge the sovereignty of the country, it will be given a befitting reply. This is roughly 50 kilometers from the Indo-Pakistan border, and here this exercise is taking place. This is the exercise Marujwala that is taking place under the command of the Southern Command of Indian Army that is responsible for the 40% land mass that the Indian Armed Forces, Indian Army actually secures on ground. And here you will see that how the coordinated response is taking place. It is the jointness, Atmanirbharta and the innovation that has been brought in. And here you will see the Apache attack helicopters that are providing an aerial support and aerial assistance to the Indian Army's ground maneuvers. So this is totally a high intensity maneuvers that are taking place here on the ground, that after back-to-back the ground is being totally covered with the T-90 Bhishma tanks and the BMPs that are taking the troops forward to the adversary area. There are the movements of the troops on ground as well. So it's the mechanized infantry and then the airborne units that are carrying out this drill. This is to actually come up to the modern challenges, the modern warfare that has been witnessed in the past as well, and especially after Operation Sindoor, we have seen that how war has taken a new turn, and now what we are witnessing here in the deserts of Rajasthan, that a joint operation validation is taking place here on the ground.
Precision artillery extends reach. K9 Vajra and 130mm guns deliver long-range fires. Battlefield depth now measured in kilometers.
It's the ground and the air operations that are underway as we speak from the Indo-Pakistan international border. Here you will see how these T-90 tanks on the ground, and it is the drone on the top. Here I'll request Vijay Surendrawatji to go to the ground, that how the T-90 tanks and the BMPs are advancing to the enemy's position. Here you will see these main battle tanks that are known to decimate the adversary. They are roaring on the deserts of Rajasthan. This is to ensure that this kind of a warfare where the enemy's success lies on its ground forces, how to decimate these forces. And here you will see that how these tanks are advancing in one of the toughest terrains of the country. Mostly these areas are the ones that are actually the deciding factor for any war that takes place. How these ground maneuvers are taking place along with the aerial support that is being given not only by the Indian Air Force but also the aviation wing of the Indian Army. And here you will see the tanks, the T-90 Bhishma tanks that are the main battle tanks. They are roaring, and here you will see it is the Jaguar fighters on the skies of Rajasthan, very close to the adversary Pakistan. So this sends a clear-cut message to the adversary that what India is preparing for, that if they dare to challenge it, it will be given a befitting reply. And here, though the smoke has taken over, but this also sends a clear-cut message that now the adversary area, this has been completely captured by the Indian ground forces.
Meanwhile, the Ashni drone platoon deploys tactical UAVs for real-time targeting and precision strikes.
Indigenous drones are one of the key assets when it comes to the modern warfare, and right now, as we report from the exercise Marujwala, here the Indian Armed Forces have also brought in their specialized drones. These drones are especially made for the modern warfare. They can not only keep an eye on the adversary but also have the capability to drop the payload. You will see that they have a special place that is built to drop the payload. In this case, this is just a piece of paper, but they can also record what is going on, and that comes to the display to their handlers. So that is in a handheld device, they will be able to see what will happen, and now it is being made airborne as the situation arises. As we continue with the here at the exercise Marujwala in the area, in the deserts of Rajasthan, one thing that sends a clear-cut message to the adversary is the India's preparedness. The preparedness that how India can tackle any threat, not only that how we can do the ground maneuvers to give adversary a befitting reply, but also the systems that have been put in place so that the enemy's warfare threats can be destabilized within no time.
Sudarshan drones penetrate deep, 40 km plus, jam resistant with payload capability. Swarm drones sweep the skies. Drop-capable drones resupply forward troops. Robotic mules push ahead as silent logistic eyes.
After the mechanized infantry vehicles and the aerial support that has been given here on the ground, it's the time for the ground troops of the Indian Army to advance. This is part of the exercise Threshold that is taking place, that how troops of the Indian Army equipped with the sophisticated weapons, they are advancing to the locations of the enemy. Right or the left, wherever you will see, you will find the troops of the Indian Army advancing, because these are the areas are really very challenging. These deserts are the one where they have to ensure that the adversary do not see them even after advancing to the adversary area. So how tactically these troops are moving, that is what you are witnessing here, because here in this desert terrain, the one of the key challenges is survival. So it is not only that they are surviving, but they are also ensuring that they give adversary a befitting reply, and the deployment has been done in such a manner that the rocket launching position is towards the enemy's main target area from where enemy is carrying out the assault.
As power equipments go mobile, the IAF proves that runways are expendable. Highways landing and rapid turnaround sorties are set to sharpen combat realism. Meanwhile, field commanders validated tactics. Lieutenant General Dheeraj Seth reviews Akhand Prahar, praising innovation and formation-level adaptability. The message? Self-reliance must be battle-proven.
The robotic mule that you will see, that mule is taking this first aid along with it. This robotic mule is of quite importance, reason being that it has an advanced camera on it that gives an additional support, while on the other hand you will see a drone coming. These are the loitering munition drones that can carry the payload. The payload can be of the form that it can destroy the enemy's area, and it can also provide an assistance to it. You will see robotic mule that is providing the first aid kit to the security forces, while that payload drone is dropping the ammunition for the security forces, for the Indian Army troops that are part of operation. So this is the larger motive of this exercise, that how to validate the operational preparedness of the security forces, that how they can carry out the operation at a time when the challenges are manifold.
From the sands of Jaisalmer, India demonstrates a clear truth. Jointness and self-reliant innovation define battlefield advantage. Prepared for war, prepared to win.
तो ये जो एक्सरसाइज मरूजवाला, जिसका आप लोगों को सबको ये मौका मिला, इस मरूजवाला एक्सरसाइज जो अभ्यास हमने रची है, तो सबसे पहली बात मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि ये मरूजवाला एक्सरसाइज ओवरऑल एक्सरसाइज त्रिशूल जो कि एक ट्राई सर्विसेज एक्सरसाइज है, उसका एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है, क्योंकि इस मरुज्वाला एक्सरसाइज एक्चुअली पिछले 2 महीने की कार्रवाई का अंतिम चरण था। यानी कि 2 महीने से यहाँ पर सदर्न कमांड का जो सुदर्शन चक्र कोर है, जो कि स्ट्राइक कोर है, वो यहाँ 2 महीने से पूरी मेहनत के साथ अपनी ट्रेनिंग कर रहा है। और उसका जो मेन दस्ता है वो एक शाहबाज डिवीजन, जो एक रैपिड है, वो इसके साथ शामिल है। और इसके अलावा सदर्न कमांड का एविएशन ब्रिगेड, ईडब्ल्यू ब्रिगेड, पैरा एसएफ बटालियन, ये सब एकजुट होकर इन्होंने पिछले 2 महीने में जो कामयाबी हासिल की है, उसका जो फल वो आप सबने आज सुबह मरुज्वाला के तहत देखा। और जो अभी आप लोगों ने मेरे साथ जो खड़े हैं, ये पाथ फाइंडर्स, ये 7 पैरा बटालियन के हैं, एयरबोर्न बटालियन के पाथ फाइंडर्स हैं, जिनको आपने देखा। और ये अंतिम चरण में, क्योंकि एक ये स्ट्रेटेजिक फोर्स होती है, रैपिड रिएक्शन फोर्स, जो स्ट्राइक कोर ने अपने ओवरऑल प्लान बनाया है, उसको आखिर क्षण में अंजाम देने के लिए इनको एक स्ट्रेटेजिक टारगेट दिया जाता है। तो ये आप लोगों ने यहाँ पर देखा। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूँगा कि ये जो पिछले 2 महीने से जो कार्रवाई चल रही है, वो तमाम ऑल आर्म्स, यानी कि चाहे वो इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, इंजीनियर्स, आर्टिलरी, इनके तमाम ऑल आर्म्स दस्तों का लैंड बेस्ड मनूवर की जो ट्रेनिंग थी, उसके ऊपर फोकस था। और मैं बड़ी खुशी से कहना चाहता हूँ कि मेरे साथ यहाँ सुदर्शन चक्र के कोर कमांडर साहब भी मौजूद हैं, कि सुदर्शन चक्र कोर ने जिस कड़ी मेहनत के साथ ये ट्रेनिंग की है, तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में इन्होंने जो नए जनरेशन इक्विपमेंट अपने इनको मिले हैं, उनको इन्होंने अपनी ट्रेनिंग में शामिल करते हुए नए टीटीपीज जो निर्धारित किए हैं, उनकी ट्रेनिंग की है। और मैं सराहना करना चाहता हूं पूरे सुदर्शन चक्र कोर की, कि जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने मेहनत से अपने आप को इस प्रभावशाली मरुज्वाला द्वारा मुझे आज जो दिखाया गया, उससे मैं पूरी तरह से संतुष्ट हूँ। और इस सुदर्शन चक्र कोर की तमाम इमदादी दस्तों की मैं सराहना करता हूँ। और इसी बात से मैं आज ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम पूरी तरीके से ऑपरेशनली रेडी हैं। जो नया जनरेशन इक्विपमेंट है, उसको हमने भली भांति अब्जॉर्ब किया है, और आने वाले समय में इस ऑपरेशनल रेडीनेस को हम और बढ़ावा देंगे।
As we are showing you the might of the Indian Army and its soldiers that carry out one of the complex operations along the borders. This is the complex combat freefall, and here you will see the troops of the Parachute Regiment of the Indian Army, which are also known as the Special Forces. They are coming. This is a freefall. They have been dropped from a moving C-130, and now they are landing here at a place that has been earmarked earlier. These operations usually are carried out deep inside the enemy's territory, with the motive that every troop that comes down, they have a motive and achievement to make, and that is what they have been tasked earlier. So equipped with the sophisticated weapons and the supplies that they have with them, they are now landing at the locations that have already been earmarked. These are complex operations because here it is not only that you have to fight the wind, but also to ensure that as you land, you have to be prepared. You will see that once the soldier has come down, first priority of them is to get a bag, that is the supplies that they have been carrying along with them. These are the operations that are carried out deep inside the enemy's territory, like I was mentioning. So there lies the threat that upon landing they have to get into the enemy's line of action, or they have to get themselves engaged with the enemy. So they are prepared for that as well. And now as we speak, you are seeing that how these troops with the help of parachute, they are coming down, and then as they land down, they immediately take their position, and these positions are such that it takes them hardly a 60 seconds time so that they can respond to the situation. I'll request Rawatji to show you that as soon as they land, their first priority remains to get down and then to reach their